Elon Musk tweeted, bro. Woody Joe. Is PE2 super good or medium good? Woody Joe, you need to, dude. You have choices now. Elon Musk has tweeted at you, bro. You need to reply to him now, and tell him it's super good. Tell Elon, dude. Elon playing PE2 is a net positive. I think, because then it means he's gonna quit D4. Oh wait, you guys couldn't see what I was showing. Oh my god, my bad. So there was an account that I muted, posted a tweet with Woody Joe. So Elon Musk was replying to Woody Joe about the campfire chat. And then Elon Musk is replying, is PE2 super good or medium good? If he says medium good, bro, Woody Joe is dead to me. If he says medium good, I swear to God, he better say GIGA good, bro. Like, you know, he better say like Cybertruck good or something, you know? PET, dude, I mean, holy. No, Woody Joe's not positioning me at all. You kidding me? He's just like, you know. He's just like, whatever. Bought it that one time and said it was Turbo. And still just doesn't admit that it was a bot, which is weird. But no, it's not. It's just that. That's just the facts, right? Facts of the matter. No one's ever been. The fact of the matter is this: no one's ever been banned for Turbo. Right? That's just the facts of the matter. Okay, let's not get it twisted. Nobody's ever been banned for Turbo, not even once. People literally live stream using Turbo. Avoid LOL would live stream using Turbo. Didn't get banned. Yeah. Why would I be mad at people? Dude, plenty of people bought it, bro. Plenty of people bought it. Oh, I don't care, bro. Bro, who was that guy? The guy dude like brought hookers on and bought it on stream repeatedly. Crow, bro. Yeah, Crow. I bought it on RuneScape for sure, and I bought it at Battlegrounds in World of Warcraft. I'm a bot Andy, bro, for sure. I bought it like, bro, I had the Rune-S farmers out the wazoo, bro. I had like 15. I had the single like RuneScape RS or something. RuneScape, it could open up multiple RuneScape accounts at the same time, and it would just like farm. It would farm, and I would sell RuneScape Gold for money at school, but they didn't have money. They'd have their lunch money, and they'd just buy me donuts, and I'd eat donuts. I'd eat donuts with my RuneScape Gold. All right, so it was like RMT. It was RMT. It's good. It's not a fake story, bro. I don't know what to tell you. They had a cafeteria, and they would get allotted a certain amount of money, and I would just get free. They basically had these bread donuts with cream in them, and I would give them. I can't remember the amount of gold, but it was like half the day of farming. They would get that, and then I would get like a donut and some chips. So worth, bro. Worth. Not even. It was like very small amount of bottom money. Boom. We also used hacks and a thing called FlyFF. Whenever like all the hackers started popping off, we just started hacking. And yeah, did a little hacking file for fun. I mean, yeah, what can I say? Definitely unethical gaming. I used to crack and patch every game until I got my own job. All right, guys, we're about to look at the sick PoE2 video. We're going to be looking at another PoE2 deep dive before the PoE2 comes out. We got 2 hours and 17 minutes till the live stream. Going to be making some predictions, some hot takes. This is going to be a day. By the way, chat, I'm making a prediction right now. Quote unquote early access is not going to be early access. It's going to be a soft launch of the game. It's going to be a soft launch of PoE2. I think we're going to be watching an announcement trailer to the game being released. I think that's going to be a soft launch of the game. Straight up. Not just like, oh, you can play like 2x and then you get to like level 50. Nah, I think it's going to be full on in-game bossing, all sorts of crazy shit. No, everyone thinks it's like some small little thing. They're like, oh, it's just like a little, like a demo. Nah. I'll be right back, chat. 1 sec. Oh, yo, we're thinking of eating him, by the way. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, boys? I'm thinking about eating Aster and Cooper. Yeah. Right, they're good meat cows, these. Look at him. Look at him. It's a beefy boy. He's friend. He's a big ass dog. Yeah, they look cool, eh? Anyway. Logging in. Don't eat it, please. What do you mean? I eat beef like every day. Okay, if I eat beef, then I can eat that cow. What's the difference? It's the same thing. Now, we have named those cows, and I feed them by hand quite a lot, so I do have a personal connection with those particular cows with, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, if I eat beef all the time, why wouldn't I eat my own cow? It doesn't make any sense. Well, because, yeah. You will brick your kids. I'm going to brick my kids by eating the cow. No, what do you mean? What do you mean, dude? The kids understand where the meat comes from. You're sick. Wait, do you eat meat? Do you eat meat, bro? Do you eat meat? If you okay, the only way you can say you're a sicko is if you don't eat meat. If you're a vegan, okay, then you could be like you're sick for eating meat or whatever. But that's like every meat eater ever, bro.
Hey guys, how's it going? Today we're running through every character class coming to the Path of Exile 2 full release, including gameplay, some of the skills we know about, and a sprinkle of my own speculation. I'll throw chapter markers in the description so you can jump around to the classes you're interested in.
There's so many now.
We know there will be 12 classes in total, but let's be clear. It's speculated currently that only 6 to 8 of those will be available on. Wait,
what do we got confirmed right now? We've got Monk. We got Monk, Ranger, the gun guy. Who's the gun guy called? Mercenary. Witch. Warrior. Huntress. Yeah, we've got 6 right now. But they did a teaser before, which had they included the shadow, right, and the thing. So maybe they're gonna do 8. Wait, have they shown? They haven't shown the druid, right?
Access release, but that's still to be confirmed. Some classes have been given their own trailers, and others are still shrouded in some mystery.
Dude,
if you want to keep up to date on all things Path of Exile 2 without the clickbait, sub to the channel. We're just over 1 month away from the early access launch. Before we jump in, if you're new to Path of Exile, then you should probably know a few quick things about classes in this ARPG. Grinding Games takes an unusual approach in the genre, allowing any class to use any weapon and any skill in the game, assuming you have the right attributes.
What's it for noobs, eh?
You aren't locked to certain attributes based on your class either. It doesn't matter if you're a ranger, you can use an axe or summon minions. You aren't just stuck with a bow. This is the beauty of Path of Exile. You can really make any build you want possible. But you might be asking, what the point of a class system is if everyone can use everything? What's the choice you're actually making when you choose a class?
The ascendancies,
First up, for the new players, it gives them an idea of what the class is geared towards. If you see a ranger, you might think, yep, I want to be Legolas, and this is arguably going to be the best class to pick for that fantasy. Your class determines where you start on the passive skill tree, which means starting as a ranger will put you closer to those passive nodes associated with bows.
I feel like if you didn't have ascendancies in the game, then the classes would matter far less. I feel like the biggest part is ascendancies. And there'd be like a meta. There'd be like a meta start point that everyone would start from if there was no ascendancies, bro. Just saying.
As an example, you can easily move to the other side of the tree if you want those minions, but you'd be spending more points to get there. Your class also locks you into selecting one of 3 ascendancy options, which are unique to your class selection and are there to meet the class's power fantasy, and let you specialize further into a playstyle you'd expect.
I almost feel like they need to do like ascendancy previews whenever you're picking a class. You know? Like kind of like Final Fantasy does some shit wherever you're looking at the guy, it shows you like what jobs, it's like jobs or something. It's some weird system. But basically you see like, oh, yo, this guy turns into like the yo-yo jester guy. This guy turns, yeah, I feel like they should, hopefully they're going to do that. That's actually something I want to see, bro. Ooh, dude, let's make it right now. Stuff I want in PoE 2. Stuff I really want in PoE 2. Announcements. PoE 2. Well, let's go that. All right. It's going to be proper UX for noobs. E.g., when starting game. That's like, okay, what does that mean, bro? What does that mean? That means like you click in the game, bro, and you get like an ascendancy preview and an idea of like what you can, you know, what they could be. I'm actually gonna even chuck in, bro. I'm gonna even put in a thing where you could do like imported skill trees. So you can import skill trees. I'm just gonna say that you could like make a skill tree and you can import. Wait, what does that mean, bro? It just lets you have a skeleton tree. Okay, wait. Okay, skill tree. Okay, how about skill tree? Let's change it to this. Do you know what? Manager. Is that better? So you could pre-plan a tree. I'm gonna go skill tree planner. Pet Titty. Wait, is Titty out there? Wait, is Titty chasing the sheep? Let you plan trees. Let you plan trees in game. Are you memeing or are you serious? Is he actually barking at the cows? Is he actually barking at the cows? If you see him there, I'm gonna have to. No. Okay. Proper for UX for skill tree manager lets you plan trees in game. Okay. In-game loot filter. Okay. Management. Plus smart, quote-unquote, smart filters. Okay. Not AI. Okay. All that means is just uses rules. Can just use rules. Can just use rules. Yeah. Access to everything. Alright. What does that mean, bro? It's way too complicated. It's way too complicated. What do I want? All I want is a loot filter that has like access to your entire stash tab and every single currency you own, and you can basically create rules where it says like, when I have more than 500 scrolls of wisdoms, only show me stacks of 10 plus. When I have more than 1,000 scrolls of wisdoms, only show me stacks of 15 plus. When I have 5,000 scrolls of wisdoms, stop showing scrolls of wisdoms. That's what it's going to do, right? So it's smart. It's rule sets, right? Rule sets, basic stuff. Based on what map level I'm in and how many flasks I have, stop showing these level item flasks once I have this many of those flasks over this eye level. TLDR is you can make rules with your filter. You don't need to constantly go and update it yourself. It would just update based on your smart parameters you set. That's what I want. Neversync already exists. It doesn't have this, what I'm talking about, though. Neversync does not have what I'm talking about. Just code it. Well done. This is like, people have been asking for an in-game loom filter. I think it's honestly quite atrocious that GGG haven't got like a proper, really good default filter in the game yet. I don't know if you've tried playing the game baseline. They have like some shit filter which shows still the majority of items that exist. And it's cancer. Awful new player experience. There should be like a beginner filter that at least makes the game playable. And then there should be some shit where you can get to an advanced menu and configure a smart filter in-game. And you shouldn't even need third-party websites. Speaking of that, okay. No need... Okay, how do I put this? All info about items, effects, tiers, etc. accessible inside of the game. Yes. So that means, what does that mean? What do I mean by this? What do I mean by this? What I mean is this. I want it to be so that there is literally, like, you can highlight over shock, and there's a thing you can click, and it shows you the formula, right? You can press, like, Control and Alt at the same time when you highlight over a keyword. It shows you the fucking formula as to how it calculates that effect. And it gives you a description that is up to date with the game engine as to how it functions and how it works. Why? Because, dude, there's so much hearsay and misinfo that goes around. Whenever the game designer, Mark GGG, he knows how it works. They code that shit in. Don't tell you really that much in a patch note. Everyone just has no idea what's going on, and there's a bunch of people just yapping who are clueless. And it would be nice to have an absolute thing in the game. What I want is this, right? Because right now what happens is there's like the game engine, right? Okay, this is going to be a weird diagram. I don't know really how to draw it. There's the game engine, and then it just goes to like patch notes, and then you get to the game. You get to the game, right? And then people test, and then they go to a wiki. Right? Okay? What I want is this, bro. The game engine, a part of the UI design directly attached to the game engine is right here. Directly connected to the engine. So when someone updates the formula in the game engine, the tooltip in the game is immediately updated. So it's the same. Like, the wiki is literally... I don't know if you've done, like, Warcraft 3 custom editor, when you literally edit the skills and you can see the actual formulas of the skill. That's what I'm saying. So, like, someone updates how shock works in the game engine, guess what? It's updated inside the in-game wiki. It's not I don't know if you call it a wiki. I don't know what you call it. Like, some way of just an advanced info. And then, do you know what? You want to know, like, oh, what can I roll on this item, bro? You know how you roll on an item and then you're like, fuck, what eye level is T1 Dictator's roll? Is it 83 or 84? And you have to go like, fuck, modifiers, one-handed weapons, one-handed swords, and then I got to... It's 84, by the way, for Dictators. God damn it, it's 83! See? It should be in the fucking game, bro! Why is it not in the fucking game, bro? Anyway, you'll be able to highlight of the item. You can press O, and then you press Control, and then what it does is it opens up every possible tier that item can roll, and the percentage chance for each thing. And there's like a drop-down menu in the game. And it can show you. So you know for sure, oh, can this item roll this? Oh, let me go to a wiki. You can see it, bro. Sibyl. Okay. We'll just put it there. I will put it there. That makes too much sense again. It is. Yeah. Yes, play PO2 with just on the game. I think it'd be good. All right. I think that's... Oh, dude. This is... I'm going to put a really specific autistic one. It's not biased at all, dude. It's not biased at all. This is not biased. Ability to use analog... joystick. What do you call these things? Are they called joysticks? Controller and... Are they called joysticks? What do you call those? Gamepad? Analog stick? Very good for people with disabilities. Disabilities. With disabilities. It's hard to spell stuff in all caps. I don't know why. It looks... All the words look weird. AKA one-handed mouses. Etc. Yes, chat. Chat. I don't know if you know this. There's things called a one-handed mouse. For example, that exists. And then what they have is they've got a mouse, and then they have basically a thumbstick on the mouse. It's for people who are like got amputated arms and shit. Joystick. You got this. You got this. Basically, you got these types of things. You got these types of things. There's people who are disabled, bro. People are disabled. They have like this type of shit. And the TLDR is you need both analog input, and you need you want to have both. So the way I'm thinking it is like, the way I'm thinking is this. They would just have a checkbox that says like, so there's just like default behavior. You press the controller, it switches to control scheme format like that. You press the keyboard, it switches to keyboard and mouse, right? But in the advanced options, there's a checkbox that you click, and it just says allows both use at the same time. There's a checkbox, and then it just has both at the same time. It's not a waste of work. It like takes 1 second to allow both at the same time. It just allows both. And then it's good for people who have disabilities, bro, and people who have gaming pads. Totally nothing to do with this. Totally nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with the fact that they've got this thing here, you know, one-handed game. Nothing to do with this, okay? Don't get it twisted. Okay, anyway, this is very autistic and specific. Okay. Wait, I know there's some other stuff I'm missing. Death recap. Yeah, that's a good one. Death recap would be fucking huge. Literally, death recap. Do I need to say anything else? It would be nice to just know exactly what killed you and how much it was. I feel like that's reasonable to ask for. A death recap would be nice. Is TTS off?
I'll sell it to you for $400. Literally Elmer Fudd. Not only is it unethical to shoot it, with your stormtrooper aim, you'll never kill it. That's very different from a US possum if it is one. US possums look like giant rats.
No.
Longer snout and naked tail. Are EU and NZ possums like that one?
No, NZ possums look like this. They look like cute as fuck. But they're awful.
As a follow-up to the possum dono. A possum is in the US and rat-like. Possum is different and what we were seeing. Learn something every day.
Yes, these are NZ possums. They're like a protected species in Australia, but we just mass murder them over here because they just destroy our environment.
Odd gamer alert.
But they're pretty cute though. They strip all the bark away and they kill all the trees.
Quinn,
and then they literally murder the birds.
People disclose those things? Okay.
US have an opossum, not a possum. I think they're the same species though, right?
Okay, egg.
Aren't they the same thing, or am I tripping?
20 months of fucking dudes.
Hell yeah, bro.
Hello, Queen. Hello, chat. Are you ready for the big surprise today? Yes, it's coming. A very special one.
Didn't actually shave his hair off, bro.
Don't forget to type fart during the live stream to redeem the fart in your mouth emptiness.
He would. How many subs would it be for Samantha to shave? Do you think there'd be any amount of subs that Samantha would shave his hair off for? Do you think it's possible? He did. Wait, she bald? Completely bald. I would love to see it bald. I would love that. I would do legit proper bald. 10K? Nah, not even 10K. I don't think good. I don't know. Wait. Alright, what is this fucking TDS though? Is she fighting or something? What's happening?
Sons. Who gives a shit about SML and the genitals? Can we get an option for channel points that sounds like the fake audience laughs used in studios? Would be Poggies.
Okay. You want a laugh track? We already have one.
Holy shit, I'm still giving you money.
I don't care about Lab. If they put Lab in PoE 2, cool. If they don't put Lab in PoE 2, cool.
32 months blasting dudes.
I think Lab is fine.
PoE 2 hype, let's go triple G. Also D4 bad. Sure.
Joe, we're just waiting for TTS to finish, and then we're going to continue. We're just waiting for it's almost finished. Mathel is bald. He's got a bald cap on, bro.
WTF.
He's got a bald cap on. Should we look what Mathel bald cap looks live? Let me make this long unnecessary list instead of continuing to watch the next 2 minutes of Force and Stream. Looks like a beanie, bro. Looks like a beanie. He's put some makeup on it. Alright, dude. Alright, buddy.
Someone on his subreddit checked his company records in Sweden and apparently he disbanded it, so he's probably moving to another country, so he has to register a new company for stream income. Anyways, you're too parasocial. I don't want to be a friend anymore.
That's kind of weird. Did he do that? What do you guys think?
Dicks.
Benny Bennett? What do you guys think? Benny Bennett? Oh, wow, it's a Benny Bennett. Whoa, what he's been.
Hello, Quin69. Christmas is here. Less than 3.
You can just spot him from a mile away, can't you? You really, what's up with it, bro? How long did he survive?
Get Gel Blaster for kids.
His account's not even a few days old, bro.
The thing about sharks is they like to take test bites like they're swimming through Costco. I'm good on being a sample.
Yeah, it's just like a toddler. They're just trying to find out what's going on with their mouth.
Than sharks.
Did we swim all the way back at the shark convo, bro? Oh!
Sure, if you stay on land and spend most of your time inside your cooked, it is very unlikely to get eaten by a shark. Did you get the box? Is it the Pandora's box?
I did not get. I'm boxless. There is no box. I have no box.
Cock in a box.
There is no box.
Peepo clown in a box. What's in that box?
I'm a boxless Andy.
Don't worry, Quinn. They sent you one for sure. You live in NZ, do it's taking long probably. Oh.
The boxes are coming from China. The boxes are coming from China. So yes. The reason why I've not got boxes is because it takes ages for shit to get from. Yes. The boxes are coming from China, and that's why the box is taking ages. Okay? So everyone else got their boxes because they don't live in China. They don't live in New Zealand. We live in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, Quinn.
The box is literally coming from China. It's not from Germany.
Eating pizza with a shot of Dr. Pepper.
I've got the tracking link to the box. It's coming to my house.
Smoking a turd. Scree. I'm fitting to I'm my cat.
Dude, China owns PoE, bro.
Thanks, brother.
Of course it's coming from China. Ciao, bro.
Hi.
Oh, gosh.
Are we almost close? Dude, stop TT! Dude, why are you TTing? I'm going to skip you, dude. Has been coding up an AI loot filter. This will revolutionize the whole industry. There will also be an automatic logout macro. If your health moves by 5%, you will instantly be removed from the game. Yahoo! Dude, that's a good one, actually. Chris Wilson coming back.
We are so back.
Yes!
Dude, that would be sick.
Yeah.
I would love. I feel like Chris Wilson's going to be a part of this thing. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. TTS has been paused the entire day. Let me fix that. Okay, bitch. So you can't have nice things. Okay.
118 months fucking old.
Yo, Emerge, bro. Flexing his fucking 118-month resub, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, bro. Oh, shit, bro. He's got the orc one. He's got the orc badge. Rare orc badge. You haven't even seen that? Had anyone even seen one of those before? Rare orc sheep. What is that? Damn. Now ban him. World of Warcraft and the sheep? Yeah, true. Wait, what the fuck? 9.5 year sub mark, bro.
I hope Quinn will go HC on launch preg.
Skip mine yesterday. He's got the orc badge as well. Okay, Nilla. I didn't skip yours. I just didn't see it. You just gotta you gotta sub at a time where I'm waiting. If you do it when I'm sitting there waiting for TTS to end, I'm gonna see it. Bro, you guys stop. Stop TTSing. I'm gonna pause. I'm trying to talk about PoE2 right now, bro. And you just. What is this? Huatu?
Does anyone remember C-Dubs crying on stage announcing Poetwo? We made it, bros. We actually made it. We are gonna be playing Poetwo in 2 weeks. Yo. I can barely contain my cute chat weeks and weeks in.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my. Dude, it's the hype training coming. Don't make
Haven't watched since you started getting fat. Are you still going up or down?
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm like 80.5 kgs right now. I'm literally I'm legitimately 80.5 kgs right now. I'm actually losing hella weight. I'm eating only 2 eggs for breakfast. So that's what I just eat 2 eggs for breakfast now, and then I just eat a burger. So I'm just eating a burger every day, and then with 2 eggs. 2 eggs and a burger. That's the diet. It's a big burger. It's a big burger. Okay. Are you really showing the thing? You really want me to do? Okay, I'll stand on it for 1 second. I'll stand on it for 1 second, okay, bro? Okay. Oh, can you see it from there, bro? I don't know. Yeah, do it. Okay, I've drank and ate food. When I'm 80.5, when I wake up and I'm just pissed. Okay, when I've just pissed and just woken up and eaten no food. I'm 80.5. Legit, I was 80.5 this morning. So, this morning. So now, obviously, with food, with clothes on, and I'm drinking you know.
You all look cute today.
Chris crying on stage, strong.
Hype train boys, let's go. Quinn cheer 100, Quinn cheer 100, Quinn cheer 100.
Add 6
39 months of mental degradation. Po2 is right around the...
I can't handle it, bro.
In 2017. That was honestly one of the best moments of my life. After keeping the secret that we were adding 6 new acts, there weren't any leaks, we released a trailer that kept revealing new acts in sequence, and the reactions from the community were amazing. It just made all the hard work worthwhile. So since then, we've been asking ourselves the question, how are we possibly going to top that? Well, over the last 2 years, we've expanded up to 145 developers, and we're really proud to finally reveal Path of Exile 4.0.
The gods are
4.0. Oh, dude,
but
I was
left
there.
on their own,
I was there.
men will always seek to take
I was
their
there,
place.
bro.
Criminal!
Wait, when was this? Let me just check it real quick. 5 years ago, bro. Holy fuck, it's been 5 years, boys, and it's about to be playable.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first
feed is
one,
laggy, though, which
and
is
your
kinda weird.
bodies feed the land.
The only result is pain and death.
Dude, it's improved so much, even since this first trailer. What? I mean, 5 years is a long time, I guess. Damn, bro. Damn, bro.
Only 20 years since Kitava fell, and already corruption spreads like a plague through these shattered lands. Wretched malevolence lurks in the shadows. It is our calling to put it to an end.
Sandrak's so good, bro.
It must be done if Rayclass is to survive.
That's their video, by the way. This is literally their live stream, bro. Holy, the ExileCon live stream was scuffed, bro. Scuffed, bro. God damn. There's no internet. It's their live stream. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck, bro? That was crazy. Boats, bro. It's funny because this was so confusing. One game, two campaigns. What the fuck? So we were like, what the fuck? Everyone's like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is old news, bro. Old news.
Well, that feels amazing. Thank you. Path of Exile 2 is a storyline set 20 years after the defeat of Kitava. When we finished developing 3.0, we knew that we couldn't extend Path of Exile's campaign forever. Adding more acts would make the game just too long before players got to maps. At the same time, we knew we really needed to bring the quality of Path of Exile's campaign up to a 2019 standard. We realized that we needed to make a new campaign.
Just a new campaign, by the way. Yeah, it's obviously the scope of what they were going to achieve is completely changed now. And they just realized, yo, we got to remake the game entirely. And now here we are. With PoE 2 being completely separate and completely different. Like, ailments all completely different. The way the scaling was completely different. Fucking entire game completely different. I mean, it's gonna be weird. Yo, PoE 1's dead, chat. The only way PoE 1's not dead, bro, is if PoE 2 sucks. But it's not possible. It's not possible. PoE 2 cannot suck. Coda Calls Monsters today going to be watching a stream for PoE 2 playing some WoW Classic today. Oh, he's getting sponsored to watch PoE 2? He's getting sponsored. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Why not? Why not? Why not get... Dude, chat, why would you sponsor people who are going to watch it anyway? That'd be stupid. It's not a good business decision. I mean, you know, it's not a good business decision necessarily to do that. I mean, wow, in the short term. Brand risk? I'm not a brand risk. Lyrics also sponsored. Oh, shut the fuck up. Okay, so everyone's gonna be sponsored. Okay, well, this is not a sponsored stream, so you can know that my takes are gonna be raw dog. All right, they're getting raw dog.
Can't wait for the game to launch and immediately crash for 24 PR more hours because of server strain.
Hey, you don't have a Amanda good enough to get you a sponsorship. Sponsorship.
Okay, it's a Bane Vader. We got a Bane Vader. He's retarded. And he's first time shadow. First. Man, we got some low IQ motherfuckers in here, man. Holy
chat.
Shit.
How long do you think it will take for PoE 2 build guides to come out? Asking for a friend. Hey,
Ooh, dude.
No, but seriously, how long do I have to wait?
Tree update. Very basic. POB.
Brains.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon about that?
Bro! Fuck! 2!
What do you guys think about a skill tree update? Very basic POB in game. And obviously you would not like. What do I mean by that? What do I have POV in my head. What do I mean by that? I just mean,
chat, totally clear. I don't need a build guide for Bone Shatter Bleed.
Okay, all that we need to do is just have some very basic, like, just, I'm thinking for noobs. When they're trying to decide, like, how, like, what do I mean by this? People don't understand how damage increase works. And they see a thing that says, like, 20% increase to physical damage, and they're like, dude, that's so big, it's massive. But they don't realize they already have 600% increase to damage, so it's actually not a 20% increase to damage. It's more like a 6% DPS increase, right? Which is still good, but allows them to weigh basic, very basic nodes so people can understand how it works, right? I feel like a very basic POB in game, maybe not even POB, I'm talking like POBs, style, like POB, very basic to pub tooltips. Shit like that. Something like that. Just very basic, just average damage increase. Which is obviously could be misleading at times, but generally speaking, it would just help people understand, you know, the value of certain nodes. This is TTS. I don't want green arrows. I don't need green arrows. This is not for me. This is for, like, the average player. But I thought it was the AI TTS talking. Nah. There's already in PoE too. How do you know that? Are you watching leaks? PB's power visualization is good and be nice to default in PoE. Yeah, I think a lot of things that third-party things do could be in the game and it'd be way better. Okay, def recap. We don't want damage meters. We don't want damage numbers. Oh, yeah. Okay, killing of logout macro / DC protection. We still don't 100% know how it's, like, working, right? Like, if you log out right now, it's instant log out, but the boss resets. Right?
Triple G needs to get a restraining order against you. Even though they've made it clear they want nothing to do with you, you continue to obsess over them and their game. It's creepy. No. Lock in lil bro.
Of UI elements. E.g., highlighting...
Pro2, let's go.
Highlighting some buffs and hiding others. What do you guys think about that? That's not crazy. I'm not talking about weak auras. I'm not talking about people's UIs all looking different and everything. I'm just saying more configuration. So you could just make some buffs highlight and other buffs hide. That would be real simple. That's only in the game. It's not. It's literally not in the game. You're retarded. So you ban for the that sucks for you, bro. That sucks for you. Ban for the announcement, bro. Unlucky, bro. You can hide, like, persistent auras, and you can hide, like, flasks, for example. But I'm talking, like, no. I want to see Fortify lit up with a border around it or something, or, you know, I want to see this particular buff. I want to see all my other flasks, but not this one flask. So you can basically whitelist and blacklist things. And maybe you can move certain things around, or, like, just say, like, you know, ability to turn off energy shield, etc. Like, I'm talking, like, just give us selections in the UI to turn certain things off and on. Because I would love that. Wouldn't you guys love it if you could just turn off ES for characters that don't use ES? Because when you have, like, the 2 ES, and then that little bit of ES is carrying your life, it makes it hard to see your actual life.
To ask you a really important question. Who hates Quinny more, Blizzard or Triple G?
I would love that. Not a weak aura. No, not a weak aura. It's just config of UI elements. That's all I would like. Not like crazy configuration, not like World of Warcraft add-on style configuration, just more options to turn certain things off and on. So you can customize your character a little bit more to make things visually more readable and legible, so you can understand what's happening on your screen. So you could hide stuff that you don't care about and show stuff like more, and basically make things bold that are more important. Ability to turn on streams, Williams. Wish I could turn you. How about, dude? You know what I turn on every day, bro? Your mum, bitch. Fuck you. Yeah, I got no box, but I got your mum's box last night. Pussy, fuck you. Fuck you, times 2, bro. There it is. All right. Anyway, guys, no, we're trying to look at, okay. What is this video? I haven't watched it yet. I'm still going through. Okay, we can continue watching videos, and I'll add stuff as I go. If I see anything, if I think of anything.
I'm sure they sent you a box. It just takes a while to get from NZ to NZ.
It's coming in the mail. It's arriving today. I'm not even kidding. You think I'm joking? It's coming today, boys.
Example is almost certainly going to have a necromancy style minion focused ascendancy, but the specific details on those haven't yet been announced. With that out of the way, let's jump straight into those classes that have dedicated walkthroughs released by GIGA Games. I'll link all videos used in the description so you can check them out if you want more information. Starting off with the Ranger. Whether you want to be Robin Hood or Legolas, the Ranger is clearly geared towards those players that enjoy bows and bow skills. This class will excel in ranged combat, with skills like Lightning Rod, allowing you to place down, well, rods that conduct lightning between each other, zapping enemies as you rain down arrows. Or maybe you're more of a Wood Elf and want to focus on plant and poison-based skills. Vine Arrow is one I'm personally quite excited to try, allowing you to shoot out plants that latch on enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them, to take down packs as they struggle to approach. I appreciate that in designing this character, GIGA Games have given them a lot of escape tools that give you...
Wait, what is that? What's that one with the pods, the seed pods? It's not Toxic Rain. No. What's that one? It looks like that seed pod one. Where you channel it and then you let it go. Is it a Scourge Arrow, right? Is it Scourge Arrow? Or is it Toxic Rain? No, Scourge Arrow. The
chance to jump away from enemies or vault over them to keep your distance while landing killer shots. The Ranger also has the option of riding a rower. For those not familiar with Path of Exile, it's a large chicken, or something very akin to a chocobo from Final Fantasy.
Oh my god.
It's not super clear if this is a Ranger-specific option.
A rower is a mower analog, bro. It's not a Final Fantasy chicken, homie. It's a fucking mower. But they called it a rower. A mower is a bird in New Zealand. Okay? It's a fucking mower. But they call it a rower. It's this big-ass bird that got hunted to extinction. Because Maldives didn't understand ecology. Because how are you going to know? You don't understand how the fuck. Just animals are there and you kill them and you eat them. You don't understand. And they just kill them all. And then rip mowers. But there's this big-ass fucking bird. That's what a rower is. It's a mower basic, analog. POB endgame. What do I mean by that? I have POB in my head. What do I mean by that? I just mean some shit. Okay. Yeah. All they would need to do is just have some very basic, like, that's just I'm thinking for noobs. When they're trying to decide, like... Yes, I want noob-friendly features. What do I mean by this? People don't understand how damage scales, and they see a thing like 20% increased damage.
But I wouldn't be surprised if this is tied to one of the class's ascendancies, and may not be available to all classes, but...
If they make mounts available to all classes, PoE2's dog shit and this is a dead game. Anyway, I don't know why I've seen a few people saying they want mounts of every class. That's so fucking stupid and retarded. Like, people think mount equals God. Wait, I love mounts. Mounts in game are good. Give us flying mounts. I want more mounts for everyone. Fuck off. Mounts are bad, bro. It's worse gameplay. It's shit. I'm okay for it to be a special, this particular ascendancy gets a mount, right? This particular class gets a mount. No one else does. That's cool. That's something unique to that class. It's a flavor for them. Cool. They're like the fucking beast people. They can control animals. They're allowed to ride a mount, which lets them have a little speed boost. I don't want every character in the game playing a mount. That's so dumb. It's so stupid. Terrible. PoE2 is dead, bro, if they make everyone have mounts.
To the channel, and as soon as we get info on that, you'll see it here. Sticking with a range theme, our next class is the Mercenary. This one was a real surprise, and one of the classes that encouraged them to explore the WASD movement system that's available in Path of Exile 2.
Yeah.
If you're a shooter bro, or just someone that likes to...
This is the point where I was like, I had a little mental breakdown thinking like, wait, dude, you know what's crazy? There was a lot of parallels between this and D4, and it was like the shift whenever D4 started becoming a console game, and then I realized it always was. Whereas, and I was like, what the fuck? you know, scary stuff. A little bit dark. Thinking, wait a minute, is PoE2 just turning into a giant-ass console game designed for console games? But no, it's not. This is going to have super in-depth systems, the badass itemization, the West gameplay. They, you know, obviously Jonathan is super passionate about it, thinks it makes the game way better, and he says everyone who tries it thinks it's better, so therefore they're doing it because they think it's just the best way to make the game. Right? Surely.
Machine gun enemies. This one might be for you. They created the mercenary hoping to capture a different type of play style, and they nailed it.
They literally made the mercenary so Shroud can play it, bro. That's what they made it for. Because Shroud's going to be doing a PoE2 sponsored stream, dude. And they're like, dude, we need a class for Shroud. Let's put a gun guy in.
It's likely going to be heavily focused on using the different types of crossbows in Path of Exile 2. Anything from the machine gun style crossbow to more of a sniper. You could basically swap them out for guns and they'd be almost identical. They even have a grenade launcher attachment to augment the style further. Your mercenary is set up to hit hard, slow enemies down with barriers, or damage them with ground effects over time. Where the mercenary sets itself apart from the ranger is with its instant feedback. When you click to shoot, you shoot, rather than having a slight drawback of a regular bow and arrow. This is a class I'm very interested in trying. I'm curious how it'll feel throughout a playthrough and how varied the skills become, but is very focused on its ammo system, swapping between different types of rounds for your crossbow based on the situation.
That's just going to become Magicraft so fast. They're going to get like fucking, you know, bunch of extra projectiles like 5 prod, chain, and you're just going to like press a button, boom, it's going to shoot out. The whole screen just explodes instantly. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Become, but is very focused on its ammo system.
Straight up.
Swapping between different types of rounds for your crossbow based on the situation. Changing lanes here to the Druid, another new class to Path of Exile 2. The Druid is your mix of strength and intelligence builds, with a focus on nature-based elemental magics, and of course, shape-shifting. The Druid, when in human form, casts a number of elemental spells, from calling down lightning, to bringing mini volcanoes out of the ground that spew volcanic magma onto enemies. Now, the Druid can shapeshift into more than just a bear, but this is what we've seen so far. I imagine we'll also see a wolf, but I can't imagine what else. Throw a comment under the video and tell me what animal you'd like.
Okay, wolf mode, bear mode, bird mode for sure. Like bird teleportation skills, bird mobility, right? There'll be bird, cat, yeah, some sort of jaguar type thing. A T-Rex, bro? Oh my god. Gojira. A giant rat. I mean, they can do whatever they want, right? Technically. It's where I'm not a huge druid guy. I used to be a druid guy in World of Warcraft, but yeah, I'm not a big druid guy. I only played druid in Diablo 4 because it was the closest thing they had to like the true hybrid. Whereas you can make way better hybrids in PoE2, so I don't need. It's not like I need to be a furry guy. You know what I'm saying?
To see the druid turn into. Personally, I'd love to see something a little out of left field, or see them use an animal that exists only in Path of Exile rather than something in our world. But that's just me. Like all classes, druids have some incredible interplay between abilities, with the human form being able to summon those volcanoes, and the bear being able to slam down to reactivate them with the right setup. The druid is a great choice for players who like casting spells, but also want to be up close and personal, dealing heavy physical damage, which, on the bear, builds a rage, increasing your damage as you hit enemies. These transformations, by the way, are automatic. They occur when you cast a related ability. Cast a bear ability, and you'll become a bear and perform it. Cast a spell, and you'll turn back into a human and cast with a small penalty for those transformations, which are generally quite speedy. The druid can also summon wolves, which in the gameplay demo would summon automatically when the bear stunned enemies through its gem combinations. And one last point on the bear, this is the perfect class to highlight again the different passive skill pages that you can spec into, which includes shapeshifting as well as weapon sets. I'll avoid saying this for every class, but damn, I need to try out those bear skills and see what else they have available for shapeshifting. From summoning wolves to the undead, our next class is the Witch. The Witch has been highlighted heavily as your classic necromancer or summoner, but it is much more diverse. Most classes will be able to get minions that match their playstyle, and of course, they can spec into these different skills too. But the Witch is going to be your Zoomancer class, with access to a ton of different minion varieties, a Spectre Pokemon style system that will allow you to summon enemies you've killed in the world by capturing their essence in a special skill gem. And the Witch also has skills that interact with corpses, summoning new enemies or helping you spread plagues. New to Path of Exile 2 is the insane amount of minions available to the Witch, and that some of these summons have their own skills you can activate in combat to make your Archer Skeletons shoot a poison cloud, or have your Arcanist Skeletons explode a low-life minion. The Witch is perfect for players like me that want to build an army of the undead, or want to use plagues, contagions, and curses to weaken your enemies. The Witch is also a class that is going to benefit most from the new Spirit resource. which governs how many summons you can have at one time, while also being the new reservation mechanic replacing mana and life reservation in Path of Exile 1. This is an awesome change that affects all classes, but it'll be the witch in particular looking to stack this new resource the most. Alright, from here on we no longer have fully dedicated videos for these classes, but for the monk and the sorceress, we did get to see them shown off at ExileCon 2023 with a gameplay walkthrough. The monk is one of your dexterity and intelligence mixed characters. The monk has commonly been shown using the quarterstaff, and Grinding Games look to have nailed that fluidity of movement style in many of the combat animations. Flowing through the combat arena, the monk has a good mix of close range and mid-ranged attack options, including opportunities to quickly strike your opponents as if teleporting across the screen. Monks are your black belt mystic warriors, using spells to soften up enemies before finishing them with a quick palm strike. The monk really looks to be filling that power fantasy of a Shaolin that's trained for years while under a vow of silence to hone the mind. I really like how this class is animated. I could imagine the monk having some of the most satisfying gameplay of all.
Yo, I don't know if I'm going to be a monk main. I might be a monk main, bro. I might be a monk main. There's a non-zero chance. Wait, someone said you're a what? Wait, dude, playing monk is not gay. Playing monk is not gay. Thing is, I was only a monk. You got to understand, my favorite archetype, chat, my favorite archetype is like some sort of hybrid healer DPS. That's why I played it. I basically like shaman paladin type shit. Monk was the closest thing to that in Diablo 3, which is why I got addicted to monk. If there had been a paladin or a shaman, I would have played that. No, leech pop doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's not it's not, dude. I like to have like, I like the ability to heal up and save, do clutch cool utilities that other guys can't do, and then outplay, and then you've got some downsides, right? Like that's the fantasy, right? The utility king.
Bastard. And moving over from the quarterstaff to the magic staff, the sorceress is the other class we got a short demo of in the same video. Where the witch is our summoner focused intelligence class, the sorceress is more closely aligned to casting elemental magics. I'll just throw the reminder in again, any class can use any skill, but the sorceress is going to be closer to those elemental nodes, and of course is going to have its own unique ascendancies. The sorceress is your classic spellcaster. If you're looking to play some kind of magic user that is more of a glass cannon, this is likely going to be the class for you. Casting ice, fire, and lightning spells, just to name a few, the sorcerer can freeze enemies in place, or shock them to increase damage. With abilities like Comet and Ice Nova, you can easily lock down packs while raining icy death on them from above. In the sorceress demo, they also showed off the new system of basic abilities being tied to weapons like wands. If you do ever run out of mana as a sorceress, as long as you've got the right weapon, you should be able to cast a fireball or other free to cast ability to keep you in the game. And our final class that we've seen extended gameplay for is the Warrior, which we saw being shown off at Gamescom just a couple of months ago. The Warrior speaks for itself by name. You're a strength character, likely to be most proficient with two-handed maces or a one-hander and a shield combination, specializing in heavy physical damage and stuns. The Warrior can use abilities like Volcanic Fissure to bring fire into the mix, which can be reactivated with its heavy melee strikes to cause additional damage.
I feel like you could make a Warrior into like a paladin type thing. I wonder, do you think Warrior's going to have an archetype that turns into paladin? What do you think? Do you think there'll be like some paladin style, because they said there's going to be like 46 ascendancies, right? Or 48 or some large number of ascendancies that was said. That's Templar? Wow, no, not necessarily. You could have a more booty Templar. There's that, because you've got like Paladin, right? And then you've got like Crusader. And then you've got like the different, what do you want to call it? You can have like a more booty version of a Paladin. Because there's like the, what do you call those guys? Clerics. There's I feel like Templar would be more like a cleric. I feel like a Paladin would be more of a warrior. Would you not? Templar is not an old guy anymore. Yeah, they're gonna be more like, Templar's more like a cleric, whereas a cleric is a different vibe. It's a different, they're not the same. Paladin's like full armor, sword. I feel like a Paladin's gotta be, Paladin would be a warrior.
5 minutes to kill a pack of mobs, Zikant.
Dude, this is all early game, bro. There's gonna be end game. Today, oh yeah. I mean, okay, well, I mean today. Ability to make broken characters that can eventually... Hello, chat.
I'm so nervous because
mini
GGG
screens.
could make so many mistakes with POET as the personification of good decision making. I'm hoping they do good.
Didn't you buy a Ford Ranger instead of a Toyota Hilux?
So what? I got the
cheaper.
best truck.
Is it good,
Don't
I'm
you
heavy
have
with the
a
Ranger.
shit Intel Starforge PD?
Look, you little shit, I'm gonna.
But Mr. Quinton, didn't you give millions of dollars to your architect for a barn?
Okay, chat tomorrow, all bosses. See you tomorrow.
The warrior is going to be one of the classes you go to if you like the heavy-hitting tanky melee fighter, and is going to be one of the classes that benefits most from the active blocking mechanic.
He will definitely ascend into a paladin. Calling it now.
C2 Type 2.
Calling it now. Warrior ascends into paladin. Warrior ascends into paladin. Calling it now. It's not going to be Templar. Templar will ascend into cleric. They will ascend into cleric and guardian and things like that. Warrior will ascend into paladin. Dude, there's no way. What is a paladin? It's a warrior. Okay, Marauder didn't really make sense to ascend into paladin. So Marauder is like more like a raider, right? Okay. Warrior is more generic. It could definitely go into paladin. I think it would do. I hope that I can play this guy as paladin. I hope I don't have to play some long neck freak. Oh man, I wanted the warrior to be the paladin, man. Please let the warrior be the paladin, bro. Oh, please. Oh man. Yo, wait. Paladin ascendancy. Let's see you put this in. Paladin ascendancy.
Warrior will ascend into a clown. There is no other way. What are you even on about?
What is he even on about? What are you even on about? Like, straight up.
How do you look yourself in the mirror after wasting 6 digits of your children's savings on a shed that will never come to fruition? Jesus Christ.
What is this guy do? What's this parasocial landing on about? What a freak, bro. What a freak. It's coming to fruition. Okay, it's literally coming to. We're in talks with the builder, and we're setting out the. Dude! Add to do-do list. Sort out the business bullshit, like, ASAP. Before, like, sort it out ASAP. Because I'm going dark for the subathon, and I need to sort out the business thing. Okay, yeah, I need to sort that out. Actually, yeah. TLDR is just getting sorted. Oh, is this going to work? I don't know if it's going to work or not. It might not be. It might be down. Oh, it worked. Fucking hell. To-do list. Sort out. Okay. Yeah, it is.
Path of Exile 2. This style of class has always been in my rotation of alts. Playing a cast that can take a beating while handing one out is always a great time. Now, the following classes have all been announced, but have not been shown off in depth in the same way as the others. But we did get some additional information for the Huntress, so let's start there. The Huntress is another dexterity-based class.
I literally played that class.
From the small snippets of gameplay we've seen, she's often using a spear, which also has skills allowing it to be thrown at enemies further away. The Huntress is almost an extension of what you'd see in the Ranger fantasy if you swapped out those ranged weapons for a melee fighting style. Quick,
like
concise
Amazon,
strikes,
right?
and an ability to use walls of spears to slow enemies, or the whirling slash that creates a small windstorm around you that explodes for increased damage to enemies when you leave the area of effect. The Huntress is a master at setting up damaging abilities or attacks, landing them, dodging away to get more DPS in, and re-engaging with a playstyle focused on that mastery of movement and positioning. A great pick for players who, again, like that elf Lord of the Rings style of moving in and out of combat with quick, concise strikes.
I might like this gameplay. It's hard to tell because this gameplay is so dog shit, but maybe, because I know in Elden Ring, I do enjoy the pokey weapons. The poke style weapons. Like the get in, stab, 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 get out. Like they're generally speaking really OP. And if this game has like Elden Ring-esque type boss fights, which they've already said it's heavily inspired by FromSoft games, right? They already said that straight up. It's like, yeah, this is Souls-like as fuck. Maybe this is going to be really nice quality of life combat, right? Lots of mobility, lots of range, but it's still melee, you know? Stab a guy, repeatedly poison him or bleed him or something, right? It could be good. Could be good.
Or setting up combos for large damage. Alright, and for our last 4 classes, we've seen super quick cuts in some trailers on their playstyle, but not enough to give you a good rundown, or even fill out this section with enough footage as I talk to it. But let's touch on them, and this is where some theory and opinion comes in, so take this with a grain of salt. The Duelist in Path of Exile sits under the strength and dex attributes,
Elden Ring,
and is
does that mean that you won't play it then? Lol.
Likely to be...
Okay, Dude, I need to turn this shit off. Yeah, we gotta turn off fucking TDS. This is what kind of nice things about. Okay, remind me to turn the shit back on later. I just don't want it on now. You guys are yapping way too much. You're yapping way too much, bro. You guys are worse than me. He's like, I heard something about Elden Ring. You're watching something up here, too. I'm talking about Elden Ring right now, guys. Hey, I'm just donating to talk about Elden Ring. Oh, yeah.
Aimed towards being a sword user, primarily either with a shield or while dual wielding. I've not been able to find a breakdown of the skills associated with swords in Path of Exile 2, so this is up in the air for the time being. The duelist fits the power fantasy of someone wanting to be a skilled swordsman or fighter.
Yo. Prediction, by the way, cinematic. Prediction for today. Should I have that in? Dude, we're going to get a cinematic today, right? For sure we are. Cinematic. Cinematic. Like Hundy P, bro. Hundy P. For sure. Make a bingo card. Hey, there we go. Yeah, it's going to be cinema as fuck, bro. Log in.
You're not brutish or forceful in the same way as a warrior, using quick slashes rather than heavy hits. In Path of Exile 1, the ascendancies for this class are focused on the ideas of being a champion, with a mix of defensive and offensive options, using taunts and banners, and fortifying on low life.
Do you think Slayer's going to make the cut?
With a mix of speed.
Do you think Slayer's making the cut? Like, into PoE 2? I don't know if Slayer's going to make it, bro. Like, straight up. Slayer might actually be dead, bro. I don't know if it's a unique enough archetype. I definitely think Gladiator's going to make it, for sure. I think Champion. Honestly, Slayer is like, what the fuck is that? Slayer? Maybe you could have Monster Slayer or something, or like something like an archetype like that. Like I don't know. Some sort of adventurer. I don't know what you would call that. Like a Witcher, basically. Yeah, like a Witcher. I feel like Gladiator for sure, Champion for sure. Champion's like the guy. He's a knight in shiny armor kind of guy. He's the champion, bro. He's the Giga Chad. He's in elite combat, but he's got badass armor. Gladiator's like, he's like, are you not entertained? He's wearing a Gladiator. Okay, that makes sense. Block and Slayer doesn't make sense. But I do think a Monster Slayer type thing, like a Witcher, right? Some sort of could be. I think Slayer's getting cut. I think he's getting cut. I'm just sharing it straight up right now. I think Slayer's getting cut. It's too generic. It's too generic. I was a Slayer main chat. Slayer's dead.
Speed and power, specializing in bleed and dual wielding, or a Slayer that is more heavily offense based, moving into life leech, area of effect, and critical strikes. If you fancy yourself a swordsman or want to play something akin to a knight, the duelist is likely going to be the class that's for you. Next up is the Shadow, which is a class we're expecting to be our expert in daggers, traps, and claws, similar to how he's handled in Path of Exile 1. The Shadow is your assassin-style character, diving in and out of combat with quick, concise combos geared towards controlling the flow of combat, with traps or mines, and is a mix of dexterity and intelligence in his design.
I feel like the assassin should be a fucking ascendancy, and the class should be called rogue. Change my mind, bro. Change my mind. Assassin is very specific. Very specific. He like assassinates people, right? What if you're not an assassin? What if you're like a booty trapper? What if you're a trap guy? I don't know.
Anticipating if this character has similar ascendancies.
Is this guy just getting it wrong?
On high crit damage.
Is he just called Shadow? Is he just called? He's called Shadow in PoE 1, but I don't know what they're calling it in PoE 2. Oh, it's just called. The guy's just misspeaking.
Being a specialist in the use of traps and mines,
the guy in the video
or specializing more into damage over time skills like poisons, using poison and evasive skills to control the combat arena. If you like assassins, the idea of
PoE 2 is not PoE 1. They're changing a lot of the terminology and all the things. Like, dude, there might not be okay, this is going to be a saboteur. There'll be a trap guy. No, it's not. They're going to have you're going to see a bunch of new ascendancies. Today, chat, they're going to be announcing like 30 ascendancies. Okay, today they're going to be announcing like 30 ascendancies. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're going to say like, yo, we got 47 ascendancies.
Finally got my PC back just in time for the launch too. Let's go fucking hyped.
In 1 hour and 12 minutes from now, they are going to be announcing at least 20 ascendancies minimum. Wait, doing 6? It's going to be like 6 times 3 at least. What's the math on that? 18. I think, 18 ascendancies min. I think 18 ascendancies min. They're announcing today. Yeah, but it's got to be 46 in the late game, but it's early access. I think they're going to be 18 ascendancies. Where do I get the $30 early access? You'll find out today in the video. They're basically, today in 1 hour and 12 minutes, Chris Wilson's going to have a pre-recorded bit that's going to say, buy the supporter pack now and get early access. Get early access to the game. That's what they're going to say. Yeah. You're gonna buy. It's basically they're selling the game, and then they are effectively selling the game. I think this is a soft release of the game, and oh yo, what the fuck? Let's change it up. Yo, update this. All right, log in, bro. Log in. Box timed. Oh, dude, there's a campfire channel, guys. There's a campfire channel right now, guys. You guys want to campfire channel instead of watching PV2 videos right for the PV2 announcement, guys?
Close range poisons and being a glass cannon fighter, the Shadow is likely going to appeal to you. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the Shadow. With Path of Exile 2's more dynamic combat system, this class could really get a chance to shine. Bro. Our second last class is the Templar. This class is a staple in most ARPGs. The Templar almost meets the same power fantasy as the Paladin in many other ARPGs, but has some slight...
Maybe Templar will go... He might go Paladin. Honestly, maybe. He doesn't look as soy in this version. He looks more jacked.
Differences. This is a class who's not seen just like the Shadow, but what we have seen is the Templar using a flail and wearing what looks to be heavy armor, indicating they may be going down the route of making you that strong, holy warrior type. The Templar is a class mixed between strength and intelligence. They're your strong melee fighter who uses magics, whether elemental or holy in nature, to smite enemies. In Path of Exile 1, the Templar is focused in its ascendancies on elemental magic, brands and totems, and auras to protect and supercharge their allies. I could see this class being a real boon to players in the party with one another. As a strong defender of faith, if you're a Paladin player, this class is likely going to appeal to you.
I hope he's not a party character. There's no way. GGG aren't that stupid. They understand people like to play the game solo. That would be awful. You know how they got the whole Link archetype and everything with all the Link skills and all the support skills and all the... I mean, Neon's a massive aura cuck. One of the main designers of the game is a massive aura cuck. Imagine if they made like, oh yeah, we made the Templar into a total like... He's just an aura cuck support character, bro. That would be depressing. I'm okay for an aura cuck ascendancy, bro. Yo, if you want to just throw an ascendancy away and like, you know, that's what they just let all the cucks go that one ascendancy, fair enough. But imagine if they deleted an entire class. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
And the Marauder is our final class we'll be touching on. And like the Warrior, is a pure strength class.
Yeah, this will be Berserker. Let's see here. Maybe, yeah. I mean, Berserker, Juggernaut's got to exist as well for sure. You're going to have Berserker, Juggernaut.
Fearless leader, throughout the 54 months I have committed to you as my mentor in all things games, I have never seen you get overhyped and be disappointed. Ever. So I am sure this will be no different.
I think you're allowed to get hyped for this. I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy to get hyped right now. I think this game... Okay, so D4 looks really good, right? And looked really good. But then we could tell. There was warning signs. Like, this is kind of dog shit, actually. Okay, the only thing I'm worried about is West being bad and West being overpowered. And then I'm actually just end up not using West. That's my biggest worry for PvE2. I don't care if the pacing is slower. I'm okay with the slowed down pacing. It's all relative. Like, I can play FromSoft games and the slow as fuck you fight one mob at a time. It's still fun as fuck. I don't care about that. It's all relative. Who cares if you don't fight like 20,000 mobs at a time? I still think that's going to be in the game. I still think you're going to be able to juice maps. I still think you're going to get characters. Dude, just by the nature of combinatorics, okay, you can create your own abilities that will break the game. People are going to be... Dude, the game's going to be so broken on release. There's going to be a million different ways to combine skills and abilities with different support gems, with certain key talents, to just totally break the game and make characters that are completely overpowered, and we're going to be able to annihilate endgame and pop the fuck off. That's going to be... They're not going to ruin that power fantasy. That's still going to be there. I don't think there's a way this game turns out to be massively bad. I'll be honest. The devs are just too good. You gotta understand. You know, like, when you're watching a Blizzard thing, you're like begging the devs to do like basic itemization things. Like, please don't do that. You're just putting set bonuses in the game. You're reducing all your choices. You're basically making the game brain dead. It's gonna be unfun and awful progression. Okay, PoE devs literally write the book on making good items and good itemization. They're like, the reason why we can backseat these other devs and be like, dude, why you do like, it's because the PoE devs are so fucking smart, bro. Dude, that Rishi guy, the guy who makes uniques and items, when he's talking about itemization, it blows my mind every time. He always says some shit and I'm like, dude, that's so fucking true. That's so smart. I wouldn't even thinking about that. Like, how do you come up with that? And that's because that's their job, is to come up with way better ideas than we have. And I feel like that's like GGG as a whole, is they're mastering and refining the fuck out of ARPGs, the ARPG genre, to make the ultimate ARPG. And I feel like there's no way this game can be terrible. I definitely think there's going to be a bunch of people who are pissed off about PoE2's pacing. And that's just, they're going to use, it's going to be comparative dissatisfaction. They're gonna compare it and be like, well, on PoE 1, I can press one button and kill 5 screens. Why can't I do that? They're gonna get mad and they're gonna cry on Reddit. I think that's gonna exist for sure. But they're idiots, and fuck those guys, straight up. Outside of, I think the people who actually just enjoy the game for what it is, I think the itemization is going to be superb. I think the gameplay is going to be tight as fuck. I think the boss fights are going to be cool. I think the soundtrack's going to be lit. I think, there's going to be bugs and there's going to be some issues, and there's probably going to be some decisions that they make that are bad, but overall,
don't want to admit.
Overall, there's no way this game is going to just come out like D4 and just be like, wait, this game is actually shallow as fuck, and there's nothing going on here, and I'm bored, and there's no end game. It's not going to be like that. Nah. There's no way. There's no way. It's not going to be, it's just not going to be shallow. It's going to be deep. It's going to be deep. So, based on that, and based on, you understand, I've talked to these devs a lot, right? I've been to both Exile cons. I've gone to that, bro. I've been around to Jonathan's house, mate. Didn't really talk to Jonathan that much. But, dude, I talked to a lot of the game designers a lot. Like, how do you think I'm getting melee buffed every time there's an Exile con, bro? How do you think that happens? How do you think that happens? It's because I go there and I just instantly start talking about melee buffs. The second I track down the lead devs who are actually making the decisions, boom, we lock into the melee buffs. Okay, this happens. All right, this is the thing. Okay, these devs are fucking so smart, bro. They ain't gonna release some dog shit. It's just not possible. Not possible. They can't. The game is going to be baseline fucking great. Okay? Now, is it gonna be like, are we talking like, is it going to be Elden Ring tier? Is it going to be like the God's Gifts? Is it going to be the new best game ever? I mean, don't wrong, PoE currently is my favorite game, if I had to choose. There's tons of shit wrong with it, and there's tons of things I'd love them to change. It's my favorite game. I played it for many thousands of hours. It's amazing. The question is it going to be like just a really good game, or is it going to be some shit that changes your life? You know? I don't know. Chat, I'm getting a box. It's in the mail, bro. It's been in the mail the whole time. I'm not veganing. This is not an ad. I'm not paid. I'm not an ad. I think you're allowed to get hyped. This game is guaranteed going to be an 8 out of 10 plus. At minimum, 8 out of 10. Like, default, at minimum. Like, that's the minimum rating I think it'll be, is 8 out of 10. Minimum. There's no way this game's a 5 out of 10. No way. No way. It's going to be 8 out of 10. That's based on everything I know and everything I've seen and everything, it's going to be an 8 out of 10 game, straight facts. And that's like minimum floor. Now, I could be wrong here, and it could actually, like, somehow. The thing is, I know too much about it. There's no way. There's no way it's going to be a 5 out of 10 game. It's just not. It's way too polished. It's way too nice. The systems is way too good. The itemization is fucking on point. It's like made by the people, like, they do the best itemization. Like, what do you call that? Like, best in class? When it comes to RPG design, these guys are like the best. It's the best. When it comes to creating items that are compelling and interesting and fun to build around, that, like, aren't just, like, straight up damage multipliers. Well, this is arbitrarily best in slot. Let me put this on. Like, no, they're the best at it. I'm not trying to glaze too hard. I'm not a shill, okay? I'm just saying the truth, okay? That's all.
It's difficult to differentiate between the Warrior we saw at Gamescom and what the Warrior will do differently when it comes to gameplay mechanics. I would expect...
Okay, a shill is someone who gets paid to say things they don't necessarily believe for money, right? To shill something to try and make more money. Okay, this is literally... I'm being sponsored by GG since... When was I sponsored by GG? It was that one league where the streamer queue. What was that one league when the streamer queue drama? It was Was it Ultimatum League? What was that one league where it was like, the MP said life isn't fair, bro? Ultimatum. That was the last time I was sponsored by GGG, as far as I can remember. Last time. Exile 2, I didn't get paid for that. I didn't get reimbursed and get paid. I think they gave me tickets, but I drove there. I paid for all my own shit. Like, bro, they didn't pay me. Wait, did they give me a hotel? They might have bought my hotel, actually. Do you know what? They might have bought my hotel. No. I wasn't staying in a hotel with anyone. I was in my own hotel. No, because I got there early before everyone else because I wanted to live stream. No, I had to get my own hotel. I think maybe I was supposed to send them my bill, but I just didn't do it. Unpaid shield. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm not unpaid shield. I'm not a shield. I'm being serious. Okay, I'm being serious. Like, swear on my kids, my favorite game currently is Path of Exile. And if I had to bet money, I'm betting money. I swear on my kids, I've had to bet. This is just a pure bet. Speculation. Pure bet. But I genuinely believe PoE2 is going to be great. And when I say great, I mean great. I don't mean amazing. I think it could be amazing. I hope it's going to be amazing. But I think it's going to be genuinely... I think it's like automatically going to be 8 out of 10. I don't think they can fuck... I don't think they can fuck up the fundamentals. I think they understand the backbones of what makes a good ARPG. And the backbone, like all the core principles that make a game good. And they just know that shit really well. PoE 2 out of 10? Oh my god. Imagine if that becomes the meme, bro. Oh, because if it's like D4 out of 10. Oh my god. Imagine if it's PoE 2 out of 10, bro. Holy fuck.
Looking at what we have in Path of Exile, that the Marauder will likely retain the primal aspect of your strength classes. The Marauder in Path of Exile has ascendancies like Juggernaut that make you an absolute tank. The Berserker, which brings into more of that barbarian rage aspect with the use of war cries to buff yourself or debuff others. And the Chieftain, who has a focus on totems and fire damage. I imagine for Path of Exile 2, we're going to see aspects like the Juggernaut sit with the Warrior, while the Marauder will remain similar to a tribal fighter, more focused on totem use. We've seen the Warrior to be more focused on maces, and we're anticipating the Marauder to be focused on axes as a weapon type, but I could see these classes being highly specialized for players based on the ascendancies that we will see, which really highlight the reasons to try the class over the other, but we're yet to see those in action. And that brings us to the end of the classes. Remember guys, this is a base level class overview. These classes can be incredibly different to how they've been described by myself, and Grinding Gear Games have shown them off. This is a brief overview for new players.
Literally, classes, it's all about ascendancies. I feel like when you highlight over a class, it should just pop up with the ascendancies, and you should just be picking your ascendancy. Right? That's what it should be. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that for PoE2.
If you have an idea
where you like lock in what you want at the beginning, and then it just puts you on that path. You know? And then you could change if you haven't committed to it, but yeah.
Class you're keen to play, I'd start there and branch out into the insane depths of Path of Exile. We should be getting more information out of the Brazil game show happening now. And in New Zealand,
that'd be way too dank, actually, though, wouldn't it? If you like logged in, it was like pick your class, and it was like there was like 48. Literally, they said 48 or 46. What's the number they said? They announced a number for ascendancies. Was it 46 or 48? 36. Wait, am I misquoting completely? 36. What was it? They quoted 36. Okay, imagine. Wait, really? 36 only, bro? Is that it? Told them. Yeah, no. They announced a number, bro. They announced a number for the ascendancies. I thought that would break the convention of 3 wasn't necessarily in. Quality over quantity only. Yeah, I mean, dude, I said only 36. I know. I'm memeing. I'm fucking trolling you, bros. But at the same time, I remember 40 something. It's in the video. Just watch. Oh, shut the fuck. Okay, dude. I think a lot of ascendancies have been deleted and a lot of them moved around. I thought at ExileCon 1 they said 40 something. Whatever though. Hey, end of the day, imagine you log into the game and it just came up with 36 different things. You had to try and pick one. That'd be kind of crazy. Then again, when you're selecting a character in Baldur's Gate, it kind of does it, doesn't it? I feel like when you're selecting a character in Baldur's Gate, it kind of does that. You come up and you have to select your background, and you literally just have to pick out of like a list out of like 40 different things, and that shit's good. So. Yeah.
On Press Tour taking place next week. Stay tuned for news coming out of both of those events and their live stream taking place in a few weeks' time. Until then, consider liking the video, subbing for more, but you being here, that's already enough. I stream here on YouTube and Twitch every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 PM Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, I knew he was Australian. Hang out, let's play. He sounded like Ziggy D, bro. He sounded like Ziggy D. Look, this is this guy's video. It's a pretty good video, I think. Pretty good video. If you guys want to watch the video, you can like the video, whatever. Pretty cool. Pretty straight to the point video. Good overview. Good overview. New lab trials too. I don't care. All you guys going on about lab? I don't care if they do cinematics. I want cinematics. I reckon PE2 should do cinematics, right? They have the big China money, right? Can't they just get a company to do badass cinematics? I want cinematics. So like each act has a cinematic that way you watch, even if it's just you do watch the cinematic one time. Lab with a side puzzle. Oh fuck! No memory games. No memory games. It's like an Andy thing I want. It's a thing I don't want. No memory games. I feel like that should be banned from PvE2. They've tested the Maven. Maven is the worst boss fight because of that stupid fucking mechanic. There should be no memory games. No memory games. Woody Joe responded. What did Woody Joe say? What did Woody Joe say in the response? Remember the Disney played a bit. The game looks superb, especially if you like slower pace, more tactical, punishing combat. The boss fights and the clear customization in the next level. But we know little about the end game until now. I'm definitely hyped to try it all. Okay, that's a good response. All right, good response. Good response. An in-depth response. Will Elon read it? We don't know. Maybe, dude, Elon Musk log into the PoE, dude. Log in. Make a bingo card. I don't know if I'm going to do a bingo card. Bingo card's too meta, bro. Too meta. I just like the stuff that I want. I'm just adding in here. The stuff that I want that hasn't been announced. This is what I'm putting in. Yeah. Currently, we're at proper UX for noobs. Skill tree manager. Skill tree update. Very basic PoE tooltips. In-game loop filter management. Smart filters. All info about items, effects, tiers, etc. inside of the game. So, like, no wiki shit. Ability to use... Okay, this is just autistic. I'm not going to... Death recaps. Chris Wilson comes back. Right now, they have not killed Logout Macro, right? Logout Macro is still in. Am I crazy? Answer to your fourth question. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm not watching that. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm gonna hate watch that shit. I'm good. Dude.
Welcome to another Path of Exile 2 mechanics video. Oh
shit, here we go.
This is a series that I'm making in the run-up to Path of Exile 2's early access launch on November 15th, covering Path of Exile 2's mechanics, how they function, and how they differ from the same mechanics in Path of Exile 1, to hopefully create a good resource that is useful for new players and veterans alike. You can check out the full series by following the link in the video description below. This video is all about accuracy. Let's get into it.
Did I watch the Gazi video for you too? Nope. Oh shit. What's changing? What's changing with that? Are they going to make it easier to understand? Because it was to do with mob evasion.
Accuracy is the stat which is used in part to calculate if an attack will hit or if it will be evaded. This stat is used on the attacker's side in a calculation against the defender's evasion rating to determine the hit chance of an attack. We don't currently know if the calculation is changing between PoE 1 and PoE 2.
Why are you making this video,
the current
Dreamcore?
Calculation to determine chance to hit an attack in PoE 1 is shown here.
Yo, what the hell?
Note that the...
Well, he made a video about PoE 2 accuracy, bro, but he doesn't have we don't know how it works. Wait, what the hell? Dreamcore. He's just speculating? He's speculating.
Chance to hit an attack can never be lower than 5% because evasion's chance to evade is hard capped.
Yeah, I'm going to go next. I'm going to go next video. We'll go next video. Okay, he's going to do this. Ability usage. This will be a better one. Okay, he's going to base this one on stuff he actually knows. Because I understand how accuracy works in PoE 1. I was thinking, oh, it's different in PoE 2, but actually, we just don't know. So.
Welcome to another Path of Exile 2 mechanics video. In this series, on the run-up to Path of Exile 2's early access launch on November 15th, I'm covering Path of Exile 2's mechanics, looking at how they function and how they differ from the same mechanics in Path of Exile 1, to create a resource that's useful for new players and veterans alike. You can check out the full series by following the link in the video description.
I should have skipped the introduction.
One of the biggest reasons that Grinding Gear Games took on the task of creating a new game in Path of Exile 2 is that they wanted to make an ARPG which solved a lot of the things that the original Path of Exile always struggled with. And at the top of that list is visceral combat, especially in regards to melee. Path of Exile 2 has an extremely heavy focus on the feel of moment-to-moment combat, with a new rigging system to aid with animation that allows character movement to seamlessly flow from one skill usage to the next. In Path of Exile 2, you can retarget an ability during its animation, allowing your character to turn during the cast or attack time prior to going off.
Wait. You guys distracted me by saying he's going live. You just do it. There's just a countdown. Path of Exile, Twitch.tv, Path of Exile. It's just them going live. Guys, get your poke hands ready. They are fucking live! Calm down! Calm down! Dude, say knock? No, I'm not gonna. Dude, I wonder how many stupid ass bitches are knocking right now. Why is Vario pinning stuff? Actually, wait, this is kind of good. Oh, he's pinned a link that's dead right now. He's pinned a link that's dead. I might just steal that, though. We got no pin, right? Pin? Do we do a pin? Wait, I just put that add command. Edit. Command. Drops. I'm not going to pin. I'm going to do add command drops. What's this? Did it work? Exclamation drops. Boom. Work for me, bitch. Work for me, bitch. There we go. It's down, though. Classic. So you just get linked to something that's down.
Po2 will be better and way more successful.
Bro, calm down. It's live, boys. Okay, don't worry, chat. We got the timeout. We will be...
bald hobbit
obviously,
face.
drops. Everyone get drops. Everyone gets drops. All participating live streams, so you get drops here. We will be watching the... whenever the second is a pre-show. Watching the pre-show. Watching the full fucking thing. I'm not going to sit here and watch a countdown timer, though, for 15 minutes, because that's retarded. I'm just going to continue watching about. I want to learn about the PoE2 mechanics. We're going PoE deep dive mode, baby. We're going PoE deep dive mode. Although when I'm watching when I'm doing the initial reaction to the announcement, there'll be no deep diving. There'll be no pausing, and I'm going to have to only give takes in moments of downtime. The only takes I'll be giving in moments of downtime. I will not be. Yeah, okay. They will get a potent, succinct, good takes in moments of downtime. Okay, let me tell you.
In Path of Exile 2, you can retarget an ability during its animation, allowing your character to turn during the cast or attack time prior to going off.
That's pretty cool.
Skills that have longer animations would allow the character more room for adjustment, which will mean that more mobile targets can still be tracked and hit with skills that have much longer wind-ups. Ability use can be manually cancelled if you need to move out of the way of immediate danger, for example, or if you just no longer need to use that skill. This can be done forcibly by dodge rolling. Now, the cancelling of abilities will likely be something that's much more important in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1, because skills typically have longer cast times than those we're used to in PoE 1. For example, the Arc spell, which has a 0.9 second cast time in PoE 2 compared to the 0.7 second cast time in PoE 1. But there are also several much stronger abilities which have very significant cast time.
What am I reading? What the fuck am I reading? Wait, what the hell? PoE 2 looks so weird, bro. The hell? That's because there's no ranges. Okay, it doesn't look that weird. Doesn't look that weird, actually. It looks pretty basic. Yeah, 0.9 second versus 0.7 seconds. Shit, they want to stay. They got to start off. It makes sense, though, right? The question is this, chat. Is it easier to give people faster shit and then make it slower? Or is it easier to give people slower shit and then make it faster? Think about it. Yeah, right? Like, it's not even... Yeah. Dude, what is that laugh? The laugh is like, I'm just laughing at people like logging in, and they're like, hey, guys, we nerfed all cast time of every spell by 20%, so it's all slower now, guys. And then I'm imagining I'm simulating the Reddit in my head of PoE guys having mental breakdowns, right? They would go insane. They can't handle it. It's impossible. So they're always going... You're going to understand, the base game that we play early access is going to be the slowest it's ever going to be. It's only going to power creep from that point. Yeah, there's going to be some things that's going to be overtuned that are going to get nerfed for sure, but ultimately, the game is going to start off in the slowest possible point, so then they can just give you more rope. Because it's a lot easier to ease a little bit of rope out than to be like, oh, here you go, have it all, and then try and take it back, bro. Okay, it's too late. They already hung themselves. It's too late.
Several much stronger abilities which have very significant cast times, like Comet, which has a 1 second base cast time with an additional 1 second to total cast time as a modifier on the gem itself that likely scales with gem levels. Being able to cancel a skill with such a long cast time will be crucial to maintaining that freedom and fluidity of moment-to-moment combat.
1,000.
But what about the mana cost of a skill? In Theory 1, if you cancel or are forced to cancel a skill's animation before it goes off, such as being stunned out of that cast,
you get some back.
You'll lose the resource cost of the skill since it's spent up front. But resource cost for ability use is also changing in a big way from Theory 1 to Theory 2. The cost of using a skill will no longer be spent up front upon first activating the skill, and will instead be spent over the full duration of the skill's animation.
I like that, actually.
Meaning that cancelling a skill...
Dude, that's way better, actually. That's a lot better. You know when you're playing, like, super high attack rate builds with, like, multi-strike, and you've got, like, this big cast up front, and it drains your mana, and your skill goes grey, and then it comes... By the time you finish the sequence, it's back already. So then it goes grey, not grey, grey, not grey, grey, and it gives you autism. Pisses you off. Okay, that's not going to happen anymore, because you're going to just be leeching more than it spends, then you're going to permanently see, oh yeah, it's just lit up, and your ability just works. Which is good, yeah, rather than... I like that. I like that a lot better. Well, all it's doing is it's saying, oh, how long is this animation time with this thing? And it divides the mana, right, per server tick across that. So that's going to be a lot smoother mana bar, which is nice.
Before it goes off, either manually or having the skill forcibly cancelled.
Yeah, what it means is as well, if you have very low mana, although wait, people like with the new Spirit Reservation system, mana's never going to be like that. To be honest, PoE1, that whole PoE1 mana where your mana goes up, down, up, down, up, down, with this new system wouldn't happen. But actually, with the new mana anyway, it's not going to happen because they're obviously redesigning Reservation, so you no longer reserve against your mana. So every single character in the game has big mana pool now, which honestly is going to be good. Providing we have the correct tools to actually sustain. Like, we better not be forced into using fucking mana potions the entire game. Like, that's going to piss me off. Yeah, do you want me to put that in there? Should I put that in there? Nah. They're not going to do that. There'll be ways to solve mana. There's no way. I don't need to put that on there. There will be ways to solve mana. Okay? There's no way they're going to force you to use a mana flask indefinitely. Of course they will. Well, you got to understand, dude, they're redesigning mana so it can be used, and the idea is that people like to have a resource to spend. So there is a very realistic chance that they actually think that, like, from a game design standpoint, it's more interesting to actually use your mana versus, like, just getting a couple of points into some shit and then just forgetting mana exists. Right?
By being stunned is significantly less punishing. The option to retarget and cancel skill usage without losing resources should go a long way to provide the basis for smoother feeling combat. But these are not the only changes to ability usage that Path of Exile 2 is bringing to the franchise, because many skills will now either have a movement function built in by default, or will be able to be used while moving. Skills that can be used while moving will typically impose a movement penalty upon the character during their cast time, slowing movement speed down, but not stopping it entirely.
Do you reckon that's going to be unique, right? There'll be some unique with no defensive stats on it whatsoever, and it'll have no offensive stats as well, and it'll say something like, your character is not slowed when attacking while moving or something. There'll be and it'll be a meta item that people will use for a lot of builds.
Meanwhile, for skills which do require you to stand in place, some of them have built-in movement. Going back to the Comet spell from earlier, this one has a movement portion of the skill which only activates if the spell is targeted close to the character, lifting the character up and repositioning them backwards slightly without turning around, providing some defensive utility to help maintaining distance during casting. There are also skills which act similarly to movement skills in PoE 1, such as the new Hand of Chioda skill. This one dashes to the target if they're at distance from you when it's used. Now, lastly...
Wait, Hand of Chioda? Really? That's what they're calling it? Isn't that chaos? It's chaos. They're giving monks chaos attacks. That's pretty sick. AoE melee strike chaos. Meta. 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 The fuck is meta? The fuck is meta? The fuck is a meta? How do you shut the... What? Look at this. Suspicious user monitoring, bro. Unlucky for you, brother. Unlucky. You had a good run, man. You had a good run. You got marked, and now you're permabanned, bro. I don't know if that was worth it, bro. You're old as fuck, bro. Holy shit, man. This guy is old as fuck. 2014 Twitch account, bro. The fuck is this? Destroy an enemy and strike them with an armed attack, applying socketed curses and marks with increased effect. Ooh, that's kind of cool. The skill always strikes with your bare fist, even if you have a quarterstaff equipped. That's going to be weird. See, I don't like that. I like weapons. I like having weapons on and stuff. Unarmed sounds kind of crazy. So wait, what the hell? Ooh. 10 years I hate watching. 2014, bro, straight up.
This video for the general ability use changes is something a bit more cosmetic to do with the new rigging system in PoE 2. Some of you who have played PoE 1 may be familiar with the cast or attack animations of specific classes and specific weapon types, and how those animations tend to start looking a little bit ridiculous once you start to stack a lot of attack and cast speed, or a lot of action speed. This is because the animation in PoE 1 never changes, it just gets sped up, to the point where an animation which looks fine when it's played over the duration of a second, begins to look quite strange once it's played 10...
Strongs, bro, strongs. I remember asking this exact question to Chris Wilson at ExileCon 1, and I think we looked like clowns. And do you know why I used the word clowns? Because Instability wrote the question. So that's why we got the clowns in there. We got clowns in there. Yeah, I said we're looking like clowns when we get the high attack rates. And Chris was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And then look, 5 years later, it's implemented into the game. I mean, Instability did that, bro. It's a reverberation effect. It's a butterfly effect. Instability's question changed the game 5 years. Like, dude, it's crazy. Crazy stuff. And I have no box.
Times in the space of a second. But
not
in
a fake story.
2, the animation of the skills...
What are you talking about? Not what? What are you talking about? Question is this, chat. Is it easier to give people faster shit and then make it slower? Or is it easier to give people slower shit, then make it faster? Think about this. Think about it. All right. It's not even close.
With a single button press. Is that intentional?
Yeah, dude. Why did we what's that? What was that laugh? The laugh is like, I'm just laughing at people logging in and, hey, guys, we nerfed all cast time of every spell by 20%. So it's all slower now, guys. And then I'm simulating the Reddit. What's going on? Okay.
Whatever happened to Instability?
Died.
Did he ever come back?
Ligma, bro, Ligma.
Effect skills in PoE and like smart targeting abilities where like it's just like by design you can just annihilate an entire screen with a single button press. Is that intentional?
Dude, Chris Wilson was dying, by the way. He was literally dying in the interview.
Sorry, just choking here. So, this is the consequence of power creep building up over a lot of years. I remember having a conversation with one of my developers a long time ago. We're talking in the alpha of Path of Exile.
This isn't it.
And he said to me, Chris, the end game is really slow. You know, like flicker strike is flicker strike, flicker strike, flicker strike.
That's so good, bro.
Ability.
He said one of his favorite things about old school action RPGs was stacking attack speed and going nuts.
Oh man, don't die, bro.
Sorry.
Don't die.
Bro, I said that. That's what I said.
This conversation, and he said, can we make it faster? Right? Like, you know, he was citing D2. His characters in D2 were just faster and faster. And so I said to him, look, we have many, many years. We want to keep this going for 10 plus years.
Wait.
And there's going to be a lot of incremental growth.
When I ask about the clowns,
and it will be,
when I say
it feels impactful. Maybe it's spread
out a couple of the games, but it's like infinite mobility in terms of just...
No. Someone can find the question.
Do it as well. Like,
someone can find the question. Someone can find the question. Okay. But it's in there. And it was written by Instability. Good question. That Belly? Who are you talking about? Who's Belly? Show transcript? Dude, wait, hey, can you do that? Is that a thing? Is there a way to do that? Transcript? Where's the transcript? Oh, shows transcript. Wait, you can type clown. Now, clown. Clown. Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. Well, you can do that? Oh, my God.
Like clowns. Like with some of the really good fast.
Oh, my God. What happened? Bro, we lost. This is what happened. Look, this is what happened 5 years ago. So remember, they just talked about how in PoE 2 now...
I just want to point out that...
They've got a new system, right? They got a new system where the animations got they've got completely brand new animations for whenever you get over certain attack speed thresholds. And look, this is the question that, again, this is not my question. This was, maybe it was a question from a guy, and then Instability. Anyway, Instability put clowns in, bro. He put clowns in regardless.
Like your guy's just going literally square.
But how long do I yap for, bro?
And that gives me a lot of confidence.
How long do I yap for?
PoE in-game is very fast, and you've hinted at elements like increasing the mob's HP pools and things. But right now, animations are crazy for any in-game build, especially ones with incredibly quick animation speeds. Yeah. Will we see any improvements, maybe like attack speed breakpoints, where a skill gets a new impressive like animation, so it doesn't look like your guy's just going literally crazy? Because we still want to feel like gods at the end game, but right now we feel like clowns, like with some of the really fast attacking
I understand,
builds.
and the team sees that as well. It's a really good idea, actually, having new animations for the, godlike speed, as it were. That's not something we've discussed internally. I mean, the animation team may have done, but it hasn't got to me. So that kind of thing is a better solution, because normally what people say is, the end game's too fast. How are you going to
mean, Bird, 5 years ago, they didn't have it. Now they got it. I feel like Instability maybe actually got this patch in the game. I'm just saying. He might have got this patch in the game.
Put down. And the problem is when you actually go and do that, the players are like, that's not what we wanted. We didn't want you to make it worse for us. We wanted to find a magical solution to the problem that doesn't involve reducing our power. And new animations and stuff are the kind of magical solution that we'd be looking for there. So I'll bring it up with the team, but this is something a lot of people are conscious of and working on.
Okay. So speaking of...
Bro, I did a bad interview, man. My interview was dog shit, bro. Fuck. Anyway, wait, how long? Oh, 35 minutes, bro. 35 minutes, bro. 35 minutes. Oh my god.
Usage is planned to be different based on the speed of that animation, with parts of the animation being changed for a faster or slower variant of the animation when certain speed thresholds are met.
There it is. I mean, there it is. It made it in exactly verbatim. It's good. Good to see. Good to see. Bro, what is this? What is Taitai Killer going to say about PoE 2, bro? This looks serious, bro. This is serious face, bro. Let's talk about PoE 2. He's doing a serious face. This is alarming. What is Taitai Killer scared? Queue is up. Queue is up for what? What are we queuing up for? What are we queuing up for, bro? Oh my god, bro. Look at this. Wait, look at what? What's happening? What's so funny about this?
More so
it's a campfire chat, bro.
Who
cares? It's a campfire chat. It's weird that they would schedule the campfire chat to happen at the PoE event. Like, why are they doing it like that? But, no. Okay, here we go. Queue for Twitch drop. Wait, you don't have to queue for a Twitch drop, bro. What are you talking about? Wait, drop. Look, GGG drops. GGG live drops. How to participate. Link it below. You get it. You just watch the stream. You just watch the stream. That's all you do. That's all you do, bro. You don't need to queue up. I'm logging in though. I'm allocating space. Well, what is this? Added support for upcoming Path of Exile 2 announcement and new supporter packs. Whoa, dude. Whoa, dude. Whoa, dude. Oh, shit, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, we got 0 hours now. I can remove the days and go to hours at this point, bro. We are down 0 hours and 33 minutes. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yo, why am I downloading so slow, bro? Holy fuck, I'm downloading slow, dude. What is this? God, stop crashing the game, guys. I'm trying to download, man. Just skip the... Yeah. Oh my god. Make it big. What the fuck is this? Yeah, it's coming anyway. Anyway, okay, let's watch. We got enough time to take this video. We got enough time to take this video, I think.
We need to have a talk. And this time, it's not about me and your mother.
Whoa, bro. What the fuck did Taitai Killer just say, bro?
Alright, yep, the topic of today's video is going to be PoE 2. I've got some notes here, but I'm mostly freeball on this, so let's see how it goes. As a disclaimer, I went to LA to play the PoE 2 beta. I've not played the updated version that some content creators have gotten access to. Personally, I feel like content creators spam pre-release content is kind of weird. I didn't like how in D4 content creators had like full guides in the entire game.
Oh, it was so bad, bro. Oh, it was terrible, bro. Terrible. True. Preach, Taitai Killer. Oh my God. Do you remember when they did that for D4? Bro, do you remember when they did that for D4? Let me answer man, this guy. Holy fuck. They let, like, everyone fully play the game before it came out. And then, like, the day before the game was launching, the embargo came out, and the entire game was completely solved, which wasn't very hard to solve. They were going to solve it, like, in 2 seconds anyway. And it was just completely ruined. Like, the entire hype was just gone. Like, what do you... Man, I hope that... There's no way they actually let content creators play the closed beta, right? There's no way. There's no way they would be doing that. That would be... So, bro, that would be so... If Ziz has been playing PoE2 this whole time, and he's just, like, knows every single thing about the game, and he's like, hey, guys, Ziz here, time for PoE2 University. Here's the entire game, completely spoiled and all... Like, bro, that would just be fucked. That would be a big L. That would be a big L for GG. Holy.
And they already played through all the raids and stuff before the game even came out. I don't like that kind of stuff. Personally,
GG aren't retarded, though. GG aren't retarded. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't want people... Like, they literally release leagues which haven't even been, like... They've tested for 2 days, you know? Okay? They're releasing that shit buggy as fuck, and no one's tested it. No one even knows what's going on there.
Find it that some content creators have content though, as I feel like it's important for you know, a small department outside of Q&A to do things. Getting into stuff that I liked about PoE2, I really liked the gameplay and feeling. It felt pretty modern, which is like kind of weird to say, because playing PoE1 does not feel like a 2024 game. It kind of feels like, in a lot of cases, that I'm just playing a game from like 2010, which, you know, shout out to anybody that plays Brood War or any, like, you know, WoW Classic or anything like that. You guys already know that playing an old game is perfectly fine, but sometimes the engine definitely has some issues. I can understand why they made a second game.
Code, bro.
Not the happiest about it, personally. But playing on a new engine definitely felt...
The spaghetti code, bro, with speedification of PoE1 is insane. Like, their shit has got bad code on top of bad code on top of bad code, and, like, they change one line, everything breaks, the whole thing shuts down. Dude, like, they just... Certain things just weren't possible on the engine, because it just locks up. They had to nerf so many abilities. So many abilities got completely nerfed and deleted. Bro, don't even get it twisted. Firestorm completely destroyed, annihilated, because it was like people's game was locking up the entire server just from the ticks of Firestorm. Don't even get it twisted. Bro, they had to literally nerf Blade Vortex because people would go into a pack of mobs and it would crash the server. Straight up. I mean, you can still crash the server right now if you just make a cash and damage taken build and you don't kill the mobs fast enough. Or you just don't do enough damage to kill the monsters. It's real spaghettified. Dude, ban this fucking emote in my chat, bro. Ban this emote in my chat.
A lot better. A lot of the spell effects are way prettier. I have a feeling that when we get to maps and we start playing some like Giga Blaster builds, that we're gonna have some pretty crazy like just effects on screen, and it's gonna be really satisfying to play overall. I also kind of like the new gem system. I felt like not having to mess around with your sockets 24/7 was a really nice system. Part of the issue that a lot of people have is understanding how it works, and I feel like they do a better job explaining it. It's still pretty confusing for anybody that's never played any Path of Exile before, though, so hopefully they fix up the tutorial. If you're watching this, GGG, please make something to help the new players.
That's gonna be in. That's gonna be in. It's already in my list. It's on my list. Proper UX for noobs when starting the game. It's in. It's already... Wait, why is this not... Dude, what the fuck going on here? What the fuck's going on here? Blacklist. This type QB. Blacklist. Word from chat or whatever. So they can't type it. Is that gonna break the fucking... Wait, am I... Oh, Blacklist is an emote, bro. Oh my god. You can put it into the auto mod. It's auto moddable. Yeah, I was gonna say, when it goes into the fucking LLM, is it gonna break this with that ASCII art symbol thing? You added it as block term. Wait, how are they still doing it? Just start banning them, bro. Just start banning these bozos. Then again, if they get banned right for league launch, that's... Dude, do you really want to get banned 27 minutes out from the announcement, bro? Come on, we're trying to watch a Titan Killer video and you're ruining chat, bro. What are you doing?
You know, make a new player guide. Maybe that's something I'll work on if people want that. But talking about some of the stuff that I didn't like a lot of frustrating situations, and it felt like there were a handful of them. So there are certain areas where dodge roll doesn't really help you that much, and you're just kind of like dodge rolling over a single mob into another mob, It almost felt like a lot of zones were like,
you shouldn't.
If you were to take the mud flats from PoE 1, and just every zone is like that.
You gotta feel the weight, bro. You gotta feel the weight. You gotta feel the weight. Positioning matters. Positioning matters. You're timing them out, bro, for the whole league launch announcement, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys, do you want to get timed up for the whole league launch announcement?
This is a kind of big downside for me. I don't think we're gonna see as much crazy speed running through the entire zone and not killing anything, because you know, a zone
They're working
is
out
3 levels above us. But what you will see is a lot more gearing and taking our time, which for some people will definitely be a big turnoff. In my opinion, it's definitely worth playing before you actually get into it.
Bro, you ain't played. You played for like 2 hours, like, bro. You don't know, bro. There's gonna be metas, bro. Think about like how min-maxed the whole game is and how much we know about current PoE, and how little we know about PoE 2. There's gonna be crazy metas that evolve that'll be OP as fuck for being GG for leveling at the beginning. There will be. We don't know that shit yet. We don't know. They're gonna be OP classes for speedrunning.
I'll talk about like my personal story with it a bit later, but just to kind of TLDR it, I went into it kind of hating it. I really disliked the first 30 minutes, and after that, I really didn't want to stop playing. I got to the point where we got to the end of the playtest. I think it was a few hours, 3-4 hours, something like that. And I just kind of wanted to keep playing. I just wanted to keep seeing like what would happen. And as far as complicated issues are concerned, this one might have been fixed since then, but the itemization was really weird. So items feel very important. In the first run that I did, I played through as a ranger, and I was pretty weak, and I was kind of going through it, and I couldn't afford a bow that was really well rolled in the town, like a really well rolled rare bow. But I could go to the equivalent of Faustus, the gamble guy, and I was able to gamble a bow, and the bow rolled so well that the next 30 minutes that I played through was just insane.
That's sick, bro. That's sick, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Gamba. I mean, don't get me wrong, you want a balance of power in your character versus power in your items, but, you know, that's cool. That sounds fucking cool, items mattering, bro. There's a level of mastery to that, to knowing how to min-max your items properly, right? What you should be equipping and what you shouldn't be. I like that. As long as they're not too broken, but yeah.
It felt amazing. And
RNG equals fun, yes. The whole this entire game is predicated on RNG and gambling. Yes, that's fundamentally what PoE is a gambling game. Believe it or not, that's what it is. Crafting, gambling. Killing monsters, gambling. Getting loot from bosses, gambling. It's all gambling. It's all gambling. It's like, it might not drop or it might drop. You get a dopamine hit every time you kill it because there's a non-zero chance it might drop, but then times it does drop. Okay? Which is what, it's literally, every time you kill a fucking boss that has a chance of dropping a good item, you are literally gambling. Yes, that is ARPGs, that is D2. D2 is fundamentally a loot box simulator. And I love it. And it feels amazing to get good shit.
An item feel that
Let's
good
go.
If the game isn't one
good gameplay plus gambling,
if you have like a mobile game level of difficulty, you kind of run into a situation where like the items are meaningless. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's terrible.
You can kind of walk through naked and still kind of do things pretty well, but
she's talking about D4.
15% MS boots like I did towards the end of one of my runs, and then all of a sudden you can dodge out of things that you weren't able to dodge out of before.
Nice.
And play a lot better. That feels really good. Obviously, it does lead to some frustrating moments though, where you don't get the movement speed boots, you don't get the good weapon.
Bomb out a little bit.
Your build just kind of sucks because you messed up like I did, and it is what it is.
It's what it is.
I'm sure a lot of these issues will kind of go away as we get better at the boss fights and more accustomed to the game.
I feel like that a lot of this could just be get good, right? I feel like you could outplay any level. It's like in these games that are literal roguelites, which you have no idea what's going on, and you get random boons, random buffs. And when you start off, you don't know how the boons work, you don't know how they synergize together, you don't know how to understand how the items work. I'm talking about Magicraft, by the way. And you fail a run. You take a big L. Then you start understanding how the mechanics work. You start getting mastery over the game. You start understanding like what has synergy, what works. And then it doesn't matter what gets thrown at you. If you're good enough, if you've got good enough, high enough level of mastery, you can adapt and you can overcome. Okay? And I feel like that's what PoE 2 will be like, right? If designed correctly.
Personally, apparently they kind of touched up on itemization a bit. I don't really know what's going on.
What
there.
You say, like PoE equal roguelite? You're saying that right, but it kind of is, right? It kind of is in some respects. Okay, when you start a new league and there's a complete economy reset, and you're only able to loot, you don't know what you're going to loot. You could drop a unique item that is really good with a particular skill. You might not get any unique items. You might only just get you might get a 1. You might get something. a person who has mastery over the game is going to see, oh, I got this random item that dropped. It's very strong. Well, I use this ability. You switch your game plan to use that item to then pop off and to get yourself out of that initial, you know, hard stuck process. And that's what you call mastery, right? Mastery. Yeah. Who am I talking to? The guy in chat. I'm talking to that one guy in chat.
Hopefully that gets a bit better. Just because of how frustrating it was in the second run that I did. Talking about other stuff, I guess I could just get into the story that I have. In my playthrough of PoE2, I was playing through as a ranger. I got pretty far into Act 1, and there was a boss where it calls a giant sword down from the sky, and I died at the same frame that sword, like I killed the boss at the same frame that sword fell down and hit me, and the boss bugged out. And I raised my hand, I said, yo, Octavian, am I missing something here? I killed the boss. And he said, oh, is it not clear to the players where they're supposed to go? And I said, no, it doesn't show me. And he's like, oh, you go up those stairs. Yeah, there were no stairs to go up. My game state was just kind of broken. And they were like, well, maybe we can like teleport you through, and that didn't really work out. They were like, maybe you can like fight the boss again, and that didn't really work out.
It's a bug.
So I had to completely restart. I didn't get to use like my stash or anything because of the way that the playtest was set up. We was kind of just assumed that you play one character. Jonathan was like, yeah, sorry about what happened. Hopefully,
I mean, you encountered a bug type killer.
You are technically the first, you know, the first.
That doesn't mean PoE2's bad. Bro, it's early access. I wouldn't be surprised if the build you're playing on crashed every 2 minutes. Dude, that's fine. You're allowed bugs. You're allowed bugs in beta. You're allowed bugs in beta.
Anybody else, which makes sense. And I said, actually, that kind of makes me feel worse.
Whoa!
I've been anticipating PoE2 for the last, I don't know, 5 years. Realistically, I kind of expected it to come out like a couple years ago. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of on the copium train. I expected it to come out like a while ago. Ended up coming out for beta, will be this December. And playing the playtest made me realize that the game is just, it was just not ready. It was just not completely finished. I hope they iron out a lot of the bugs. I hope they fix the bug with the sword boss. So let's pray for that.
90% of the game is done, bro. 90% of the game is done, and the last 10% is just 90% more. Okay, bro? All right, they just got the last 90. There's just the last 90% of the game they got to do. Okay, so they've done 90% of the game, and they've got the final 10%, which is just 90% more time remaining. Okay, that's all. All right, they're just got to fix out the bugs. 180%. Yep.
I don't know. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about what happened, but you know, I'm putting it in the video, so it is what it is. I think it's.
It is 180% game, baby.
Later on, after I rerolled, I was pretty mad that I had to reset the first 20 minutes or so. Kind of feel like the mud flats, like I said earlier, but you get over it. You equip a chest piece, you be a man and play better. Personally, I felt like it was really fun by the end of it. The witch build that I ended up making was like a lightning spark wizard. And I accidentally took Lightning Warp because I looked at Lightning Warp and I said, oh, a mobility skill. I would love a mobility skill.
Wasn't a mobility skill?
It turns out that Lightning Warp is not a massive mobility skill. It is instead a cull ability, which the tooltip reads, I just am American.
That's again
so
a skill issue, bro.
That wasn't really in my forte.
Yeah.
So I kind of clicked it assuming that I'd be able to blink around the map.
So he encountered bugs and he had lots of skill issues. That's what I'm seeing here.
And it turned into a cull ability. And I said, this kind of sucks. Why would I want a cull? And then I started one-shotting giant packs of monsters as long as I was able to cull one mob. And it owned. It was sick.
Okay, W.
I didn't want to stop playing.
W.
My single target kind of sucked, so the end of the boss at Act 1 kind of sucked. I had a lot of issues with this boss, because my build was pretty AoE based. It was pretty much built around Lightning Warp. There were ads, but everything kind of chunked me. Everything kind of owned. Everything did 1 billion damage, it felt like. Supposedly the damage and the difficulty has been kind of tuned down since then, but if we get this level of difficulty, I don't know if normal people will be able to enjoy the experience, especially newer players. As far as other things are concerned, I do remember I sat next to Karn and Havoc, and we were kind of racing on my first character, on my Ranger, and the guy to the left of me was like a journalist, a video game journalist of some kind, and I remember he was on the second boss in the campaign, some iron dude.
Okay.
In some giant field. And I was, you know, progressing through most of the way through Act 1, approaching the sword boss or whatever. And, you know, Karn and Havoc were pretty neck and neck with me. They were a little bit behind, maybe 1-2 zones behind. And I looked over like half an hour later, and the video game journalist to the left of me was still fighting the same boss. And then I had to reroll, and I completely had to restart my character, and I beat the second boss, and I looked over, and the guy to the left of me was getting up and he was leaving. He had already exported all of his footage to his flash drive and he had quit. He had quit because the game was too difficult, which in my eyes is not a good thing. I think that level of difficulty is just maybe a bit too much.
Nah. You gotta get ass fucked, bro. You gotta. No, it's good. It's way better to make the game too hard than to make it too easy. Again, way better to make it too hard than to make it too easy. Because you can always make it easier, but you can't make it harder. People will have a mental breakdown. And on top of that, if you make a game too hard, guess what? Worst case scenario is you get a bit frustrated, but you eventually succeed and it feels great. If you make it too easy, it's just shit. It's just shit. It's boring. It's not engaging. You don't care about your gear. Everything falls off. You just get bored. You get bored, okay? Guess what? If it's too hard, you don't get bored. You can get frustrated and you could rage quit, but you don't get bored.
For, the average video game journalist level of gameplay. Other than that, though, I really enjoyed the PoE2 beta that I was able to play in LA. I think that...
Ideally, it's balanced, though. Ideally, it's like, it's difficult and challenging, and you will die, and it's going to be hard, but then you eventually get through it. Obviously, you don't want to make a brick wall where, like, oh, you've been fighting the same boss 300 times and can't get past. That's obviously stupid. I think Jonathan said he wants the average player to die 10 times per boss, is what he said, right? It was 10 times per boss. That's his dream. It kills you. Oh, 3 times? Well, maybe 3. Maybe 3. I'm misquoting. It was something like, he wants you to die multiple times per boss. If you one-shot a boss, it's generally speaking never as fun as if you lose to the boss and then come back and kill it the second time around. Okay? Facts. It's whenever you one-shot a boss, unless you one-shot the boss and it's extremely tight, then that's okay. That's like, I mean, that's pretty dreamy. But that's pretty hard considering the amount of variety and the amount of difference in builds and everything and itemization, and it's going to be pretty hard to do that.
This December 5th, I'm really going to look forward to speedrunning. As far as content is concerned, I apologize for not uploading anything to my YouTube in the past millennia.
15 minutes!
I've just been playing World of Warcraft.
Oh my god, Douglas. 15 minutes! That's time to kill this video, guys. Everybody, pretty good stuff. We're not watching this. Guys, it's 15 minutes away, boys. We're booting up the live stream. It's 15 minutes away. I'm putting the sound on. We're turning this fucking shit off. I'm gonna make my camera smaller, most likely, I want to say. We will unpause TTS, but it will be paused during the thing here. Guys, this is your final chance. Go bio break right now. Bio break right now. Get your snacks, get your coffee. This is gonna be Raw Dog. They're doing a big, huge announcement. The biggest announcement, they said, the biggest PoE announcement ever done. That's what he said. Biggest ever. Biggest dick. Literally endgame. PoE 2. Fucking 36 ascendancies. Insane content. Huge announcement. Drops. Okay, who cares about drops? The drops look shit. I'm gonna be honest. There is drops. You are gonna have drops in this channel. They are enabled. Okay. Let's actually just confirm that, actually. Do you know what? I should probably just confirm that I have not fucked that up. Let's just confirm it's got drops on, just in case I don't want to, like, fucking not have that on. Quipes, clown on my search history. Path of Exile. Yes, drops are enabled, chat. You can see here it is enabled, so they will turn on the channel whenever they turn it on. So drops are on, you are good to go. Biggest fucking announcement ever. Oh, we do need to turn ads off. Can we go manual ad mode? Yeah. Snooze ads. We can just press snooze ads, right? We can just press that right as it starts. Just don't. Are you gonna remember some easier? Cause I'll forget. I'll suck your dick if you do it, bro. I'll suck. Dude. I will suck your dick. Metaphorically speaking. Okay. Cause I'm retarded and I'm gonna forget. I'm retarded and I'm gonna forget. If you just snooze that shit. Watch it with Zach? No. Fuck no. Fuck no. Zach will yap over it? Fuck no. I'm not watching with Zach. Fuck off. Alright, get your podcast ready. It's about to go down. I'm getting coffee. And then we're going Raw Dog. And then we got this huge ass Ziggy D interview, multi-part interview happening straight after. It's gonna be crazy. Biggest PoE announcement of our lifetime, chat. Multiple cinematics. Multiple game announcements. Every ascendancy. The most insane shit you've ever seen. I'll be right back. Dude, how am I still not downloaded this, bro? What the fuck's going on here? I want to put my headset on just in case I start doing a pre-show, because they sometimes do that. I don't want to miss the pre-show. No boxes. Oh, let me unpause TTS. Last chance of TTS.
Diablo Campfire Chat has 5 times less viewers than the Path of Exile waiting room, which will build up for 40 more minutes. Get fucked, bozos. Diablo Giga dog shit and bad.
Oh, dude, guys, the biggest announcement in PoE history. His waiting room has more viewers than a campfire chat that's happening mid-season, which they're not announcing anything. What a stupid observation to make. What a stupid observation.
40 months of weeps. 40 months of failed runs. Looking forward to 40 more.
Yo, Queen and chat. I hope you all got your choky milk and chicken nuggies and are cozied up. Cannot wait to watch this shit, Quino.
If you're planning to stream Path of Exile 2 during our live stream and want to enable Twitch drops for your viewers, you can do it via your Twitch creator dashboard here. Please be mindful of category change this time, and enable drops for Path of Exile 2. I am fully erect. 76 years, any chance of a refund, little G? Cock.
Fuck you, bitch! No refunds, pussy, no refunds!
Kiss emoji for Po2. D's. CONTENT.
Chat, yay. So, I got something to admit. Yeah. So when I was with Chris W on that couch, yeah, big Chris. When I was with Chris W, I mean, I just, how do I say this? I was, yay, chat. I was bricked. Just completely bricked up. Anyway, excited for this PoE announcement.
I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that PoE 2 is the sole reason we were sent to this beautiful Earth. We will enjoy playing every second, and on our deathbed we will reflect back upon a fulfilled life. Of course, there might be regrets, like that girl we didn't kiss, the fact we didn't get that box, or those times we hit our head against the bus window and inflicted brain damage on ourselves. But at least we played the best fucking ARPG of all time.
Notes.
Chat! Stop making fun of me! I'm dyslexic! I'm retarded! It's not my fault!
Can someone please help me find my butthole?
Oh my god, 9 minutes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Calm down, everybody! Anyways, I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anybody know what shungite is? No, Suganite. I think he's locked up in prison, talking shungite. Anyways, it's a 2 billion year old, like, rock stone.
Chris, I am sorry that my smell disgusts you, but please don't die on the couch. That would be embarrassing for both of us. What do you mean, what does not equal clean?
Okay.
15 poppers.
Did my last back clicks. So I do those for back clicks. Then it's not for exercise, just for back clicks. Not even a pull up. Oh shit, mate. It's good, really good back clicks. Every time I did one of those, it clicked. Oh shit. Okay. Oh shit. Have we got a backup feed, by the way? Is it like a YouTube stream? Just in case the PoE stream starts glitching or something, I want to have a backup stream to watch. Wait, are they only streaming on Twitch? This guy's everywhere, bro. What the fuck? Okay, they only have a Twitch stream, apparently. So if Twitch goes down, then that's, yeah. That's on them. Okay, no, it's not gonna... sometimes, like, their broadcast Twitch fucks up. But they're only doing Twitch right now, so... We're raw digging. I'm thinking for game stuff.
Hi. Yeah, speaking of hard games, I remember you crying like a baby because Quin69 was too hard.
Okay, Death Claim, bro. I'm gonna fucking permit your ass again, bro. If you have to get permit, you better get fucking take it the fuck out. Okay, chat. Today, boys, today, we are gonna be having proper UX for noobs, a skill tree manager, a skill tree update, in-game loop filter with smart filters. All info about items, effects, and tiers inside of the game, so no need for wikis and third-party shit. Nobody cares about this one. No one cares about that one.
No additional portals.
Death recaps. Chris Wilkinson's coming back. Okay, Chris Wilson's coming back. All right, that would be big. See, I mean, he's gonna be back. He's gonna be. It may even start off with, "Hey, I'm Chris Wilson," but he's been fading himself out
for 38 months. Poggers.
Check PoE account. Wait, why? We're gonna have a killing of the logout macros DC protection. Config of the UI config. We're gonna see in-game gameplay of characters one-shotting screens. That's what we're gonna see, because it's gonna be in the game. It's gonna be there. They're gonna announce the Paladin Ascendancy.
D for Campfire stream on right now.
Cinematics.
Log in.
Out the wazoo. Cinematics. And there's gonna be no memory games. Am I missing anything from my list? I can't minimize this. It's a 2 billion year old like rock stone that protects against frequencies and unwanted frequencies that may be traveling in the air. So that's my story. I bought it a whole bunch of stuff, put them around the La Casa, little pyramids, stuff like that. What the fuck is Brother Zach on about? If I want to see you in the stream, what the fuck are you on about? The Brother Zach, what the fuck are you talking about right now, bro?
Big fan Path of Exile.
TTS is going off.
Oh wait, in for your great digs.
Let me make sure we got all the channel point shit off.
What were your thoughts on the puzzle box? Did you enjoy it? Do you have a YouTube video coming out soon?
Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? Okay, wait, we're gonna turn off TTS. Remind me in the last minute. You got 1 minute of TTS and then it's going off. Excited for you, dude. This is gonna be the biggest announcement of I mean, let's be honest. This is gonna be the biggest announcement ever. This to me is more exciting than the announcement of Path of Exile 2, because whatever they announce now, we will be playing in 16 days, 15 days. How many days? "14 days and 23 hours!
Fuck you, chat.
14 days, 23 hours!
Endgame is gonna be huge, right? Preg.
So it's like more exciting, because it's real. It's tangible. It's not some like pipe dream. It's not some fucking teaser trailer. No, this is shit we are gonna be getting our hands on in less than 2 weeks. I thought today's the day. No, this is not launch day. This is the live stream day. This is the 2-week precursor. I'm going PoE mode, bro. Fuck WoW. Fuck World of Warcraft, bro. Fuck WoW. I'm going PoE mode, baby. We're going PoE mode. I'm gonna be playing dude. I'm gonna be logging the fuck in to the Squire build. Although I'm saying that, it would be nice to play some West games. It would be nice to log in some games that do West, because I want to try and see if I can learn how to use my game controller thing. Yeah, WoW can suck a dick, bro. Even though it's like hype or whatever, and there's the new hardcore servers and shit. Fuck that shit, bro. I'm going deep dive PoE mode. Oh, bro, they already... Is this a spoiler, bro?
Old school RuneScape leagues launch next week, Logan. Let's go wear my ossers, boys.
Is this new? Is this new? I mean, this looks like everything we're seeing. First look / showcase.
Login.
No, we're seeing that video. We're seeing both these videos. A next-gen game. Featuring co-op for up to 6 players. In the original Path of Exile, you return to the Hourglass and seek the end of corruption that is spreading. Single player MMO, bro? I mean, it is, right? Online co-op, HDR, other Xbox, PlayStation. R16, bro. R16 only. 2 minutes! 2 minutes!
Hey lil bro,
12 characters.
Tyrone here. Some weird box arrived in the mail for you.
36 ascendancies locked in, confirmed.
Stuff in it, so I chucked it in the bin. Make sure to top up.
Wait, I don't want to spoil anything, dude. I don't want to spoil anything. No. I'm not spoiling anything. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm gonna get it announced to me because that's actually a little bit of a leak. Yeah, I don't. Rather than reading it for the first time, I'd rather they announce it to me. Okay. TTS is off. I repeat, TTS is off. I might make myself a little bit smaller as well. Like maybe like I don't know. Go like there. I don't want to cover up any like content, you know. Oh wait, what I'm covering? Where's like the least offensive place to be? Here probably, right? Because then I'm not gonna cover like the HP bar or anything. Wait, that's gonna be maybe top left is the safest. I'll reactively move my camera around if I need to. I can do it. I'll dodge if I'm covering something that I think's important. I'll move. We'll go like there. This is good. Bitcoin gonna pump up with Pibby. What the fuck are you going at Bitcoin, bro? What the fuck? Okay, max volume, compressor off. We don't want compressor on. Compressors only backup. Okay, chat. I'm about to not be able to talk to you guys. There's gonna be no pausing. I'm not gonna be doing any takes until there's downtime, but they're gonna be potent, good takes, very succinct takes. Whenever there's a bit of downtime. But I'm not. Hey, I'm gonna go raw dog, no pausing. Obviously, it's a live stream. I'm about to bust. I'm about to bust in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack!
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Oh!
Sullen!
Yo, bro. Looks kind of like Assassin's Creed there.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren?
Oh, she's meant.
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
Oh, he's dead, he dead.
On my back, blade up!
Come on! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not! Run!
Oh my god, bro! Oh, she dead! Oh, she's dead! What the
Captain!
fuck? Oh shit, what the...
Captain!
Why are you here?
Oh!
What is it? Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Subscribe to me, what's that? Puzzle box? You got a box too? You got a...
What is it?
Oh shit, it's cut throat, bro.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built.
Oh my god.
Bind him!
This story's cool, bro. What the fuck? Yo.
Feed. Grow, my child.
What the fuck?
I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Oh my god. What is that thing, bro? Some sort of Eldritch horror? What's he spreading, bro? Oh my god, bro. Oh, shit, that ain't one of these, bro. Holy fuck, bro. Oh, dude, this is fucking cool. That was fucking sick. What? Who was that guy he was talking to? What was in the box? What? I got so many questions.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge.
Soft release.
In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
Oh, what the fuck?
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal.
I love the gore.
To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Oh! Oh, there he is, there he is. There he is. Oh shit, he's okay. Oh, it looks so good. A lot of this gameplay we have seen. I am noticing a lot of scenes. Freeze time, bro? Did you see that?
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
What? The Atlas! It's 3D Atlas! Oh my god, what? What? That's crazy. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Wait, it was a demon. That guy was playing as a demon.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, the hand thing makes sense now, bro.
As you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading.
He was with cinematic.
Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
He was the guy with the cinematic, wasn't he?
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plain.
Nah, I can't. What's happening? F5ing?
Desert.
Everyone's saying F. Everyone in their chat saying F. It's them. It's effing. It's not me. It's them saying F. It's them effing.
An ancient Val city.
They are effing.
There are challenges.
They are effing. I don't know what to do. This is why I wanted the YouTube stream, bro.
Hidden rooms.
Twitch is dog shit. Twitch is dog shit, bro. Twitch is
treasures.
Oh my god. They're
roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
Tell me if I'm again, just because it's audio ceasing.
Forge unlikely bond.
Oh my god, their stream is effing, bro.
And uncover lost civilizations.
Oh, I feel so bad for them. Why did they not do YouTube?
First, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available.
Come on.
Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different
Pause it. Pause the live stream until you fix it. Pause it. Dude, Jonathan, pause the live stream until it's fixed. Pause it until it's fixed. Oh my god, bro. Pause it.
Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu,
NZ
which shows
internet,
all
bro.
the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing.
They are pausing it. Thank God. Technical difficulties. Thank God. Oh my God. I was gonna say. Okay, they had it. Dude, why would they not? Why would they not do a YouTube stream, bro? Thank God they did this. What do you think they did? Because the Australia's Twitch server is fine right now because I'm streaming to it perfectly fine. I've dropped 0 frames and I've dropped 0 frames in like weeks. So, dude, why are we gifting Prime subs to PoE? Do they feel bad for them? They must feel bad for them, bro. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, are they getting DDoSed? Wait, is this some sort of attack? Dude, look at that audio. It's completely fucking breaking, bro. Holy. Wait, this doesn't look... This looks abnormal. This looks really abnormal. This looks abnormal. Why would you be subscribing to a company? Look at this. This looks really weird. But then how would gifting subs be an attack? I mean, if they had any sort of dashboard open, it could be crashing the dashboard, for sure. That you can crash dashboards, and if they had some sort of notification, but there is no notification. Check supporter packs. Wait, where's the supporter packs? Is it like some sort of sub thing? Is there some sort of sub? Someone go check a Blizzard's DDoSing real quick. I know, bro. Oh my god, I can't believe they're having technical difficulties. Oh.
Just what are we facing here?
Okay, they're playing that. They're playing the trailer again. Okay, we're gonna F5 it.
Precious.
They're skipping. Okay, they're skipping through that.
Intends to harness.
Okay, they're going back.
There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves.
That's
so
so
this
unlucky
just
for them.
scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start
Okay,
of
yeah,
PoE 2.
there we go. Good.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
Pretend it didn't happen.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Ooh.
But first, you'll need to pick a class.
I want to help her.
Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new.
Okay.
The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. I don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
That's Hydrosphere, but bell form.
The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles.
Look at the UI on the left, chat.
21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you.
They're like D4 for a second
Pounds
there.
the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll
I'm
out of it
logging in
at
to
any
Warrior.
time.
I'm logging in.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells.
That looks so sick.
While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash.
Oh, roll!
If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like
This is gonna be
Shield
me, bro.
Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
Oh, stunning.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Oh!
The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the
I hope we don't have
earthquake.
to use totems.
But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The Ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the Ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants.
So the frame rate dropped there with the poison cloud.
Bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the Ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out with tornadoes.
Is that?
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Charm slot, I like that.
The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
Ooh, that looks fun.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun.
A little bit of visual pollution.
If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
That's a lot of quality of life. What the fuck?
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak. Useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies.
My bad.
But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
I must admit, I like the look of her.
Bends the elements to her will,
I like
using
the
them to unleash
necromancer.
devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
Dude, the
it's a
range
good
class is
idea to take
OP.
advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast on the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills.
Literally magic
Like in-game, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage. Or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find.
Let's go.
Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
I like this.
Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
Planner?
Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple.
It's simple. It is.
Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Okay. The gold system. Respected, respected.
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt.
That's cool.
And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Yeah.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones.
Yep, see, I made it.
Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them.
Insane game design.
A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them.
Ooh, oh, that's so OP,
You can use a two-hand
bro.
mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
That's so OP. Shield, bro, for sure. Shield for sure, bro.
How about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen.
Oh!
Skills like these
Including
can be tough
chaos.
to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding.
Holy!
As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree.
This is fucking weird.
For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Yeah, I like that.
Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Are they gonna give us parry? Are we gonna get parry,
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
They could.
You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find.
I was getting D2 vibes
For
from
example,
that
if you
map.
defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades.
Gotta get those ultimate
There's one in
boy.
each act.
Gotta get it.
Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right?
Yeah.
Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Okay, so it's PoE1 itemization.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
We need to buff this. This needs to be buffed.
Another important area of crafting items in PoE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones.
Okay, recipes.
These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
Salvage bench.
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we try to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often.
There's a lot of options.
Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market.
We beta tested this.
In exchange for a small gold fee.
In PoE1?
Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Based.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
It's like Corpse Walkers?
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Whoa!
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension.
Here we go.
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
Don't get Paladin.
As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill.
All damage ignites?
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities.
What the
Using
hell?
Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
Oh shit, okay.
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan.
Kill dogs.
The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries.
That looks OP. That looks OP.
The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
Look how succinct the talents are.
You can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Look at how raw dog the talents are.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With endless munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
What?
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Bleed cock! Cock bleed!
Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Holy, what the fuck?
The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Go on now, she turns into a demon.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon.
Called it.
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well.
That's weird,
So if you're
bro.
planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
This is weird. This is like WoW or something.
She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana.
I like
but
that!
In exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life.
Health globes? Bro,
with Crimson Power,
D4?
she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage.
What?
A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal
Dark
damage.
Monk.
The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Okay.
The Mercenary has a job to do.
Okay.
But which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead.
Yo!
With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses.
That's overpowered?
And with Witchbane,
what?
You can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems.
What?
Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes.
Bro, this guy's
while
broken.
Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
This guy's broken.
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Not a lab.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
Lab 2.0.
Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience.
Gauntlet.
To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
A fucking genie, bro?
Dude, is this The Witcher?
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial.
Hiss of strength.
In the Trial of the Seconders, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again.
Sanctum.
It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Seconders.
Okay.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
It is literally Sanctum.
Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim?
I hope this is endgame as well.
Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs
it's
that will
Sanctum
persist
too.
for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life.
Where's the buffs?
You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Djinn, which will help you on your journey.
Not just damage.
For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
I wonder how replayable it's going to be. Do you think they can have like 20 different bosses? Or do you think it's going to be like same, just one?
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys.
Oh man!
Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree.
Blood Mage looks sick.
Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy Trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend.
Okay.
If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you can try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we'll have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice.
This is Ultimatum 2.
Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
What's it look? Not a circle though, not a circle? It's going to be like a different environment.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment.
Looks so cool, bro.
In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
This is way better than a circle! Whoa. The game looks so pretty, bro. You go back up, there it is.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far,
double down,
or go
bro.
double or nothing.
Double
Increase
down.
your rewards, but take on more risk.
Let's go.
Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
Always double down, bro.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you.
Oh, God.
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your
What
first
is that?
boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your ascendancy
Bro,
cost.
this new layer looks so sick.
Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take.
This is way
we'll
better.
Talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Yeah, it is.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player.
What?
This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content.
I respect it.
But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome.
Yeah.
So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up.
Classic.
And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases.
Yeah.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty.
I like it.
So you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Okay.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2.
3D.
It's infinite and expands in all directions.
Infinite!
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it.
Wait, like Delve?
In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face.
Okay.
To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed, and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Oh, fuck!
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
I mean, these must be rewarding if you egg them, bro. Or eggs must be very, very, very common.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Okay, essence, it's an essence.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
One speed mod.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
What are these supports she's got on, bro? What's that ability?
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
What?
Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found at Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Wait, is this Harvest 2.0, bro?
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger.
Okay, so it's maps.
The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your
find
returns.
bosses on the Atlas, won't you? Big
As
bosses.
you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
Lot smaller.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes.
Boss zones, bro.
From snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of
Any big hideout updates?
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding.
1 in 4?
These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
Wait, static bosses though, static
bosses. In
Wait.
the end game, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach.
Wait, where's the static bosses?
If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets.
Yep.
Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range.
Okay, dude.
Tablets can have up to 2 mods.
Okay.
These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanics
this is
by
like
stacking the
though.
mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%.
Oh, they're
In
way
this case,
better!
you could create a ring with around 170 life.
They're way
Breach Rings
better!
can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving
Holy
you some good
fuck!
motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a pinnacle in-game encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
Couldn't craft it.
In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
What the fuck is that attack?
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
He's a handy boy. He's the hand guy. There he is. We Andy. Is it we? Woo! That monk gameplay looks scuffed.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself.
But they're static.
But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds.
Wait, what?
Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Raid class.
Wait, explain that system
Ritual
more.
altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive.
Wait, this is
to
like
gain more
PoE1.
tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover.
Metacraft gaming.
Now, don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists.
The same guy.
Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him.
Looks the
and you
same.
will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free attached to your gear.
Emotions
they are
now.
also particularly
Cassie
great
is dead.
because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them,
Cassie is dead,
allowing
bro.
you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps.
Delirious
The tablets
spoils.
you can find from Deliria can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you'll have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a
1.5, boys.
simulacrum
PoE
are truly
1.5.
terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
Okay, this is just exactly the same as well.
You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic.
They better
You
buff.
can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards.
Nerf Rog, buff
This
Gwenin.
one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics.
think he's explaining it like it's
one
new or
giant
something.
dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful. Many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas
kill me,
tree.
Chad?
So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas.
Yeah, what's
but we
the main
are not done
in-game
yet.
boss? Where's
the
the main
trials we talked
boss?
about earlier have
Static.
much more content when you get to in-game 2. Just like the other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
Okay. This is Giga Sanctum.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
Oh, 1 point.
There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it.
I hope they don't
There
put
are also
Costa jewels
unique
back in.
jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself.
No cluster jewels.
In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics.
Yeah.
Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger.
Oh!
If you can complete the
not
entire
locked.
trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers.
Half?
Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vile Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vile sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter.
3 keys.
Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Ooh. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again.
Oh, semi-hardcore.
Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480 US, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 US early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items.
What the fuck?
The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet.
Oh, damn.
The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
Kiwis is 4 times one stream.
Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand.
Here we won, baby.
If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
I like that. I like that. Fuck gliding. Fuck gliding. I hate gliding.
The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains.
Wait, this is a hideout?
In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1.
Vaal Oversoul, bro.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress.
Shit.
You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal.
It's a lot of
Kiwi
Kiwis,
pet,
dude. I need all the Kiwis.
and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt.
Oh shit, okay.
But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend
More
in the
PoE
store.
t-shirts, baby.
Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
Dude, Brox is going crazy right now. If you can see this.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi.
Damn.
Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful
there
exile.
he is, bro.
May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
Rip Malachi.
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
Oh my god.
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races?
Boat
you can also
racing,
get the
dude,
Window
boat
to
league.
Twilight portal effect. A beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps.
What?
But it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day.
Fuck?
If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
He looks weird as fuck.
Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying key, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and
I'm
lore
gonna buy it. I gotta
produced
buy
during
it.
the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development.
Oh my god, I need the book.
And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player.
This is cool.
The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use.
Look how shit it looks.
If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing
support. They're showing PoE 1 because
without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Dude, that was fucking crazy. I'll admit, there was a little bit where I'm like, what? They were kind of just doing, it's kind of like exactly PoE 1. I wasn't expecting to see the same models, but clearly they were stealing PoE 2 models and making leagues with it in PoE 1. That's clearly what they were doing. Those motherfuckers were getting the PoE 2 content. Oh, fuck.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new Ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already, but I'm
not
your
my
host,
POV.
Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because, it was
That's enough content for a subathon.
It was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different endgame things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because it's we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, that we it's pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's they're all just whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes,
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for
what is it now, 6 years.
Like, I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, you know, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, where so some of us are like, you know, we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, yeah, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw
the leg thing. Look at the leg thing
they were
doing
on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
well,
exciting.
as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, we've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
No league. You definitely want all those different axes as well. Like, just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Press F5. It's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content.
Is it static?
Like
Ziggy, ask right now.
It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it'll take people a while to be able to work it out. But you know, you never know. Maybe end of day one, people just like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
For
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
Ask it.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just, we're just updating the character rigs. And over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions has kind of been
Ziggy got a box.
They really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some.
You want some patchwork bosses though,
and thinking like, you know. I love the bosses. My favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So, like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun.
What about static bosses, Mark?
It is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is, again, that exact thing of, like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from... what was it initially? Just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever into this like mega scale entire campaign. Yeah, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of the code name.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called... Well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast. And you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it.
It's that weird skeleton, right?
And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access, not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
They don't know yet.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky, actually, about the fact, because, we release, content for PoE 1 all the time. And I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released. But honestly, like, PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like, the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And, like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing a, almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
What?
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little. I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe
no rest.
Yeah,
no rest.
It's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus, and you've got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the. Here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's no doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what gives a unique balance.
You talked about the, playing for a week or how long are we expecting? Yeah. Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, end game systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this personally when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yep. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot.
That's me. That's me.
Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're gonna be going far longer than that if you want to see everything.
Big subathon.
But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games, and for so long is actually discovering the entire world, and yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But yeah,
Familiar,
I certainly
bro.
want
Familiar.
to really. I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process.
Yeah.
Maybe even
Like
diving in yourself a bit.
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
Well, yeah, as we were
new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how
Unmapped.
much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profile.
20% spreadsheet, bro. 80% raw dog. 80% raw dog
for both of Exile characters.
Yeah,
the discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that.
Wow,
and
it's gonna be crazy, bro.
Genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think.
There was no closed beta embargo bullshit.
Or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is
chaos
even the metric.
Yes, is chaos even the currency that people send?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that one C spam in chat might turn into one E, because one exalt. Given that exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People
probably ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased something, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1 in Period 2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle.
I was wondering
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new divine.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who even knows?
10E, bro. Buying gold from 10E.
I like that we're already arguing about this.
10E for a gold room.
It's good fun. So do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to with that?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months. I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But
2025 game of the year, boys.
Get all the content finished. And all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things. And of course, we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like, that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect.
Look at Magicraft.
Hundreds of support gems that can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, look at Magicraft.
It is inevitable, right? Like, there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that.
Combinatorics, boys.
What can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 sentences, like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do.
It's pretty unhinged.
It is a bit.
We're trying to fix the audio, but make the audio worse.
We like a challenge. A studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan.
Delay in OBS audio guy. I could fix the audio for you if you want.
If people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got some of the way, a lot of the way through. So there's stuff that's coming. Look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it. We've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been you know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where there may, you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you know, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also you know, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, the actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things is, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing
you know,
this.
Like, get back into this. You know, people are seeing. You know, like actually getting back into that and like and like being able to sort of see directly like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't. But after that point, I mean, we are a company like. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like you know, it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Oh God! I, honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say, you know, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right? Plus we have other systems in there, like you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy. Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. You know, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, you know, if things are difficult, you know, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, you know, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. got. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
I've been saying they should
and it really
do that.
came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, flask piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there.
That's why they should
add
charms.
This idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, you know, like it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like the actual, it's much more meaningful, like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more like life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one.
Depends on pacing.
So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using mana flask?
What about utility for that slot?
If we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is that that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But
talent on the tree, man.
The system as it works now, it's a lot easier.
In the middle.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not necessarily flasks.
So we've got Leech edition number 475 is how it works, and we've finally got it right this time.
Oh my god, bro!
And I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that
Leech is dank, bro.
will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like, it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it.
Raw dog dodge chance.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out.
Designer fight. Designer fight.
Longest Q&A of all time.
Let's go.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
So go home. Just make it accuracy.
Just let Chris Wilson decide, bro.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit. We can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching?
No.
Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February. But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit, Unfortunately, we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League, and you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you know, you've always had that thing of like, you always want to work on the short-term thing. Yeah. So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
funnily enough,
you know, it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game. Yep. Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know... Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire.
I like how honest they are, but
not to make it sound like it's gonna be bad, but that is the inevitability.
I'm gonna be honest, this isn't reassuring.
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always gonna be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like we
don't have to see it's a little bit scary. It's a little bit scary. Like
ideally, the best type thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things.
When did they build a system to detect?
I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
Flashbang? You're going to nerf my build.
Wait, what the?
Is this from he's finding fires already?
Elevator build, new meta.
These are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience. Indie belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time.
I saw it,
and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that, like all that stuff. We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of established things. And there might be some more surprises later on.
No,
in the game
I saw
as well,
an unfinished version of the
access,
cinematic. Shut the fuck up.
Later on that we can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About
you
don't take the control out of the player's
exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of
option in the menus, dude.
So,
Auto skip.
Yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that. Because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little.
I hope they don't yap at you
all through. While also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the
I hope it's like Baldur's Gate where they have conversations.
Yeah, you said something this morning
and they don't monologue.
Where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat this quest.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
Log in.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this.
You look friendly,
this always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
It's pretty dumb.
I would.
Nah.
Yeah, if someone handed you a
tentacle
mysterious
box?
orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
Oh, fuck off with the fucking boxes! Oh, you motherfuckers! Had to bring the box into it, didn't you?
Who knows how many hours it's going to take me?
Indeed.
Oh, my fucking God.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there was a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here. For sure. You even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the Acolyte of Triula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way. And,
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. We're just going to do it. So, there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like, what is the history of these people? Like, because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So, for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for
I like the combination.
Of
story and gameplay.
A couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So
immersion.
There's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line, and if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change
That's what they did in
things on a
Wukong.
grand
It was so
scale,
good.
right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's this interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes, like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So, like more on the narrative side, we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, or find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food, and the ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And
Dark Souls.
When you approach certain landmark rooms, and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before.
Just copy paste it from Dark Souls.
I like that a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, it's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val
new class,
like Shadow Ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool.
The Gemling guy is crazy.
Awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like you know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name, on the Warrior. When you take that Ancestral Totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that, again, connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and, you know.
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even another one, the Blood Mage. When you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character. Whenever you cast spells, you're getting like almost blood bending kind of vibe going on.
Blood bending,
like,
bro!
from
The veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Let's go!
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool. Which is already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like.
For sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah,
so you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people are definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as
it's Sanctum Ultimatum, bro.
Like, how do you ascend?
Don't be a pussy.
Yeah. So effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you, as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content.
I'm gonna try it out.
Think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things
do
and
the
do
combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. It's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have
trap
something
enjoyer
for all those people too.
I like me some traps.
Like, Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what
traps
not to do.
No
and
we're
embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So that's always part of the
yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Maraketh, like a
I hope it's more replayable.
Now, and we've changed it.
Current Sanctum's boring.
Changed and all that content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic. In terms of that sort of roguelike.
I hope it goes
that we have.
double down on
the same
roguelike.
with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah,
I want interesting
people in
boons,
chat
man.
would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played, would probably be like, "What? I don't understand."
Yeah, effectively, the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum, which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard.
I'm not getting used to the new name.
The point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, go feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
yeah. So. How on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
Shit.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not to brag. I did. I did.
I'm going to go first.
I was clenched though.
I'm going first.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE 2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, it's fun.
100%.
So you got these 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
and your defenses now.
It's literally
mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool.
So, and then with Ultimatum, just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no traps in Ultimatum and no honor system in Ultimatum. If you just want more of a pure combat experience, then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
there will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class with 4, and I'm already thinking like, it'd be so cool if you ascend and Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about this.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So
he's a
we have the
unique
rewards from each of them. We got like the, like you said, the jewels are global, but
Trial Master is sassy.
There are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what they. I'm not going to say it.
Ask him pathetic bosses.
Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't forget.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful.
That's sick. That's
so
sick.
especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have.
Amazing game design. Val orbs are one of the best items in the game. Period.
They are. Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But if you think about, we talked about enchantment. Yeah. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because, maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But, for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you use it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. When I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you've got your 3 damage mods, and you've got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was always a brick.
It was always bad.
That item.
It's always bad.
So.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
Rishi, the item god.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But no,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat. And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were.
What?
Multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Kelm's heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Kelm's heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Kelm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100
like
something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being, or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items. That is, I think,
corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
Dude, the Moriori, bro. Oh my god, what a divine.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah,
it's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is
Remove
for
bloat.
the classes. We've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
You know, something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist. You can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill.
Gladiator.
And the gladiator. And the problem is like. Okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you've got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like
that guy looks OP.
Mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like
the gem guy's OP.
Kind of whack stuff. So. I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger, and but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing
melee.
Spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility.
I like that.
Kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out.
That's me.
The most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I've invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers, and so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc.
I might play him as melee.
You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build
I
you
like
want.
the Gemling guy.
And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And
20 link ability, yeah.
If you don't want to, go with the trope.
20 link, baby.
Perfectly fine.
Let's get it.
And you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well.
Talk to about static in-game bosses now. Come on, Zig.
Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point.
At this point, yeah. At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, like we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah, poo and bad.
I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. Like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work? It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, like when you only have now the Life and Mana Flask and stuff, it could, obviously, things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if you did
wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
Like stacking charms.
So it's just, here are, 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like, here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into
to the screen
skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like. It sort of seems very easy when you come up with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before. And it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially. At the start of early access, we were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems, all these changes to all these systems, which are having immense benefits as well. So,
for sure.
I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps surprising me is when you click that old gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping.
The weapon swap thing is weird.
It's not toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times. And you've got the trees that customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
That's
actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So that stuff is is crazy. I mean, in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like a whole other thing. I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too.
Best in a crossbow.
I was like, I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. This conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds.
I like that volumetric
physics. The some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
It's
going to crash the servers,
been able to test.
I mean, we do test party play all the time.
Infinite damage buff.
Mark's like
But to find all those.
I'm the support character player.
He is. He's the
Now I'm
aura
like
cuck, bro.
freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot
Lots
going
of
on all
options
of a
for
sudden.
that.
I'm not just
Oh
standing
my
there like
God.
I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to
Oh my
synergize
God.
with the group and how it's like, oh, okay,
He's
you're
gonna
doing
lag out
that
the game,
skill.
bro.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you
like
get
a
a lot of
Thunder
that
Armor
stuff
character.
going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, you know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting ting ting
And then
ting
you
ting
have
ting.
armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Core Rain spamming lightning rods everywhere, and and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns.
Turbo shotgunning.
It's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then yeah, try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's
Clever's
OP,
game mechanics.
a secret, right? You better bloody tell me,
Because the exact reaction you had
was,
earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about
exactly.
it.
Like, you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build. That's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like you're supposed to be making games, not hiding
Exactly.
I
good builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're gonna have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something.
Fired, bro. Fired.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool
You
and
gotta
it's
leave those
broken?
interactions in,
you know,
bro.
and
The fun ones.
Those
that are
things. I mean,
strong.
we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine.
That's the fun
And it's
part of
like, yeah,
PoE.
You got a good weapon, and you got the right. You got this combat. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different
Yeah.
situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
Mm.
Talking about
We've
didn't
had
they
a lot
did
of good testing, a lot of good
with,
feedback, a
Desecrate.
lot of good people reporting
use
that stuff,
describing
especially in
now.
the last like month. It's like coming in a lot because as the
Zero
systems
gear,
and
infinite
everything's
damage.
kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, you know, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, like, you know, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well.
So do a D4.
That kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, you know, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my pierce? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And you know, like, I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really.
It's going to create variation.
It just is what it is.
And replayability, I feel like.
I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice. And
that's a good balancing.
Less choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But like, that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is, it is actually more choice, because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like, that's
actually literally describing D4 right now.
Much better
D4
legendaries.
That's what it's describing. The aspects.
Your vision of
legit
having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build. 100%. I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot, and that maybe you only use that
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know.
But
it's like
exactly.
it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
Bills, boys.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary, is like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like you're like, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like
for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like if you're looking to be able to like the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make still adding the skills, you know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240, and I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. And I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more.
Or whatever, or like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's. Even if you discount for those, it's
I know. That's a lot.
You got what
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those,
D4 is like so bad.
But I feel like that's
5 skills in D4.
Well, let's say just a bit over
250 skills.
And 10 or something. End up around there, 120, something like that.
20 flavored for your class.
I think probably 120. Around
there.
Oh
my god.
Like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly. Right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
I mean,
Like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless.
I like how you get this energy skill and you can link
Ascendancy
it.
classes with skills.
Like it's so cool.
Yeah.
So you get like a 6-link. You get the ascendancy skill and you can 6-link it.
Skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Like that's it's so
that's
sick.
Wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep,
if
you can
want.
support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff.
I don't have like 5 hits that are all doing auras though either.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. It'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make people actually.
How would they didn't do a transmogrifier?
Using that a lot more.
It would make sense to do an NPC that transmogs.
So on to the end game, which
UI
was
so bad.
Like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So
gambling,
there's things like that as well. So yeah, those 2 have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they have their own distinct end game
exactly,
too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling? What are we calling?
They're saying F. I don't know. I'm pretty.
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them.
It was their stream. It was their stream chat.
There are 4
They're all saying
leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
Saved.
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a name.
We probably have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then you've got the cities with the lieutenants, and then the Uber Act bosses, and then above that you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil.
Static.
Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. But that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't.
Oh my god, he hit during the boss thing!
Yes, sir, it's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Yeah. It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then.
But what is going on with this stream,
there's
bro?
4 levels of difficulty for each of those, for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do like just all in one for a while, or you can just like do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level.
Oh my god, GG, fix your fucking...
We want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing, engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually, to get sustain at higher difficulties, you will need to be able to, be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. So that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE 1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach nodes, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, that will increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally, so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
I like other things about items than just the rarity.
Ground drops getting buffed, boys.
And so when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE 1 players in particular, to think they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps.
But there's no
and then
mods.
The last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE 1. So a unique item that is ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty, so you can be getting these farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers.
But there's no mods on the
with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing he shoots has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways are they getting harder? And that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed recently. Is like the harder you
fucking GGG. So F5 it. Everyone's saying F. I think it's just completely F. I think it's completely
viable by the players because effectively like a build's only viable if it can defeat like the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is. Like we have the ability, I mean maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is like, if we find that like, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit. But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. PoE 2 does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss? Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time, so you do have that thing and you do need to mitigate certain things, but like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure, but I would say it is very much a lot of skill is involved.
I like it,
especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit, or blocking. If you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block.
Using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
What about
mods? We've been through that already. Excellent.
This will be the best in-game ever.
This very cute Atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque Atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of. I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does. That's a feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in PoE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE1 does,
it all day.
then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever. So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining
I think some
the whole
people like
I
that,
get to
though.
play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So like you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So like, there are maps. So in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you'll all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes.
Notice they don't have scarabs in the game, by the way.
Combine all of this and you obviously instill them all and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like,
juicing.
Okay, like...
It is possible for there
Well,
on one
sections
map
are back,
to be many,
and
many
scarabs
mechanics
are out.
stacked to the point of craziness.
So they just traded them.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
They traded them.
Yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player though over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area.
It's forcing you to
that's like a certain
have more
range
replayable content.
Yeah,
into the
exactly.
fog of
The fog
forcing you to go for maps you might not do normally.
The fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map.
But wait,
that
it doesn't
is
get
going to
more...
be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
But there's a limit to the difficulty, right?
There's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special more iconic things you find, but we certainly need more.
It's not going to get infinite difficulty scaling, right?
So that is something we will be working on.
Oh, difficulty is tied to the Waystone, yeah.
Who knows?
So like 4 Waystones will be
Waystones
T16.
have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. So that's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, hunting down over 100 maps
I like
to get
that.
completion for.
I do like that completion.
Now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You know, you're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then
Sounds
the
more
item is
interesting.
all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. You know, there's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access. But
Wait,
we've
what?
taken
You
it
say
from
about
the item
modifiers?
and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You know, you're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. You know, like Path of Exile.
It feels like there's a sense of
I
place.
only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, you know, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least. I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, you know, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet. Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you know, you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then, we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, well, how many moons are we don't? You know, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming.
God damn it.
All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining, the little marker, just so you know.
I was worried about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time, because the layouts are kind of designed so that, you know, like, you know, if you, generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway, because those are the one, you know, those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, you know, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, you know, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit, and you're
cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like, you know.
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like, if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play as one, because, you know, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
You're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. So that actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no,
boss tree.
The boss killing tree. Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting.
The boss killing tree.
Every boss had its own tree.
That's me, bro.
Some design
Not yet.
What the hell?
It's too much.
Jeez.
You're baited, bro.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Oh, come on, man. I got baited, bro. I thought it was going to go to boss
Yeah, so there's
tree.
actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting, because I'm super into that. There's
Is there a box hunting tree, bro?
You can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have, you know, a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, you know, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
So this is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses generate.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because it's that feeling of I've got a system to progress through. I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of progression.
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, they can have all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is a boss map a kind of a distinct thing from a regular map in terms of the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4.
I can't talk over this. Okay, excellent.
Bro, talk about the map mods on the bosses.
I think that covers. Did I miss some things?
You did.
Got, all the smaller contents, the
static boss part,
and essences. And
things
so
initially, we actually had a design where everything, even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well.
Rare
over
events.
Time. It's just you randomly encountered this, and that was not
that's
expected.
Cool.
So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah. So you can kind of see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
really
internally,
we
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps.
I'm going to call them maps.
Just because, that's the PoE one connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
I mean, I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with the system.
Yeah.
It's also a very content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean,
this is
I
not Delve,
love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's
no infinite difficulty.
A lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? For example, if you just take Legion. Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better, consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just out of control. But then you've got, Incursion. We've got, awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
Do you want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
No, you're not just going to have a floating roof.
The Roomba.
The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
It's a Roomba.
The standing and then
mistakes
the
were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just I'm in a city and there's a rare spider. You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to
A Bestiary 2 that's hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them.
Bring back the nets, dude. Bring back the manual nets with the WASP gameplay.
Definitely take some mercenary action into that.
WASP netting.
I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. We've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of when we actually get there, what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE1. That you like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
Craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more item types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there, and it also has. And this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and
chaos
but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and... there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find are very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare so that I could then put my Exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
so
that.
We went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI, like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb, like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, but I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah. So the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things, the customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think with the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things.
So I was worried that some of the changes you're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about that.
Effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, they're like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just that means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now of course you got item filters and everything.
We have quantity brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. Yeah, it really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. That is that to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again, and they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff.
Who would do that?
I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna just continue doing that. I'm gonna go, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map, and that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily, because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there.
Can I play hardcore?
There's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think
for
that's
example.
how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like, a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
What's the secret quest?
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently. We got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well. Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
Was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh. This is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like, were more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. That's good. So do you take that then as as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like, the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that, but I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that, or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. We were worried, but thankfully none of the horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like,
I hated gold.
this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't.
They didn't talk about
arrived from here.
filters.
So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They ain't talking about static loot either. Or static
so,
bosses.
So,
Don't I
how
mention
likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like.
Potential
the currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the, you know, like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So you know, I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trades.
Yeah, they were.
Alt tabbing's kind of annoying, bro.
Definitely.
Be nice if you could buy stuff in game. Just saying.
So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. There we go.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, you know, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to it accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade. And for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
Shout out to the 15% of people who hate SSF.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, you know, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. Sinks. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm going to get them
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines, and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, you know, beyond trivial. Yeah. So, you know, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, you know, each to their own, that to be seen, and, you know.
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, you know, it's gonna be tricky.
I'm going hardcore, baby.
And you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In Couch Co-op Hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great. Good. That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like,
See ya.
What do you do?
That's a devastating moment.
Just kick him out of your couch. That's all.
I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So... Well, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls. Things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard.
Good.
So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
it's pretty hard
you're
to pull
not having a fun time. Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
Oh, yeah. So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
now,
again.
In in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like in-game maps and what is the rule for dying in in-game map? Is it one portal deal now?
One portal only, bro.
Well,
no six portal defense.
So you have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
That's dude. You're going to complain like little pussies.
If you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map.
Yeah,
Right?
but also even we've also now have it so that when if you just alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like crap, alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was. Which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay. And you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively, like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character.
It's just one portal. That's it.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving?
You don't log in back in the map.
In hardcore, you did. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt. Hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's
pussy shit.
The benefit of multiplayer.
Pussy shit, bro.
But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing, and so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Now it's worth noting in multiplayer we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Well, can you do that in hardcore though?
I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD has definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have like given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and, and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I'd go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
Yeah, he's 100% click to move. He is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it,
that'll be reassuring for.
Kaiser's going to be a click to move, Andy.
Being forced into WA.
That guy's autistic for sure. He's going to be click to move.
Playing so well by all accounts.
He ain't going to change.
That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live
things
too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I'll tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
That kind of like stalking
overpowered,
through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. Yeah, it's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
it's
a while. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We've been going.
Ask about static bosses.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later, though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
Didn't ask about static bosses.
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like a main character, Andy.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they?
Deleted.
They've been kind of replaced by those
radius?
radius?
We replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Way better.
At least for now, there's
way
so
better.
Much passive tree there.
Fuck cluster
and the jewels
jewels.
accomplish the kind of
do not put them back in
anyway.
You hardly need to
do not put them in
extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Oh my, calm down, Ziggy.
Just start thinking about that.
Oh my fucking god.
So I guess to just finish us off for today then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's very hard.
All of them, bro.
All of them, honestly. Like,
there's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin that compares the others.
That's fascinating.
I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know. Cool. I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more tactical.
Maybe I don't know. Like I like it. I really like
that. Correct if you.
But honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So it's just whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So
Warrior,
right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough. So that's probably why I'm into
Warrior
that.
bleed.
But it's I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest satisfaction levels.
Warrior's next, by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's 2 melee classes.
Exactly.
Melee, baby!
That's a win.
Let's
that's
go!
something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time.
Let's go!
It's such a change from, like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, It's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So it just feels cool.
Right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I liked that I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenader. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Freezing looks sick, by the way.
Yeah. Some sort of monk trigger build, obviously, is always just going to be fun to play
they have
around
so
with
many of
and,
those stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that.
Alrighty. I have.
Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here.
Oh, wow, look at this.
There's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
Oh, well, no, tomorrow.
So thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
They've already asked. People have already asked.
That's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good day.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly.
Give me launch patch notes now.
All right. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really.
Wait and see how good. Don't fuck it up, boys.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
yeah, it's true.
Don't fuck it up.
Sorry. I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Get to coding, boy. Get to coding.
All right. I assume we've faded out and cut.
No.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Fix your game. Oh my god, dude, scuffed. Jesus Christ. Hey, that was overall Giga W. Even, hey, what the fuck, dude? Tech issues though, a little bit cringe. Tech issues, a little bit cringe. Oh, yo, I got the patch. Yo, Chris Wilson's dead. Rip Bozo. Oh, wow. Static. Okay, so is this where they're going to do early access FAQ? Okay, so they're going to be posting more stuff on here. I cannot believe... Bro. Chat. How would they not talk about one of the most important things in the game? I feel like they understand it's implied. Because they're saying difficulty 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And they're saying you can spec into things on the tree. But is all difficulty 4s the same? Or can you have mods on the map? Okay, literally the difference between me liking a league and hating a league. And the difference between me liking this endgame and hating this endgame. Okay, is the difference... Okay, static bosses, right? Versus mods. Do you know why I hated T17 maps? Do you know why I hated it? It's because versus why I would have loved it. Because of the fucking mods. Because then you can't... The bosses are all fucked. You get these bosses and they have like 500% AoE, 15 projectiles, some stupid shit. My boss I kill is different to the boss you kill, so it doesn't feel satisfying to beat. It's such a large impact. It's so large impact. And they didn't... At no point did anyone say that the bosses don't have mods, which scares the fuck out of me, bro. Because what if every boss is dynamic and changes and has mods, bro? Because that's going to ruin the endgame for me. I'm going to have a mental breakdown. The last boss needs to not have mods. It needs to not have mods. Or the pinnacle bosses, right? Need to not have mods. We need a measuring stick. Without a measuring stick, like, where is the shaper? Right? I was expecting multiple large static bosses, which they did not confirm or deny whether or not that exists. They just keep saying difficulty 4, difficulty 4, difficulty 3, difficulty 1, difficulty 4. Okay, you can spec into a tree, it changes the boss. Okay, but does that mean once you have the max version of the boss, you have the difficulty 4 version of the boss, it's static and everyone's difficulty 4? So I know, like, once I've beaten the difficulty 4 boss, that it's the same boss that, you know, Samizia killed him? Or Digital 2 killed him, you know? I really, man, that is literally gonna, like, there is a lot hinging on this end game that I will either fucking personally be super giga invested. I mean, because think about it, bro. Think about it. Okay, imagine this. Okay, obviously I'm a streamer, Andy. Okay, think about this, subathon. Oh yeah. When I kill this boss, then I've won, right? I kill this boss, then I'm won. Okay, but what does that mean? Killing the boss with the hardest mods? Does it mean killing the boss with the easiest mods? Am I permabanning this, guys? What do you guys think? I'm just gonna put toxic. Monitor, and then we will, yeah. I'm not complaining, by the way, because they could all be static, and I think they all might be static. But they just never confirmed it at any point. No point did they say there was mods or no mods. They just didn't address it, which is fucking making me terrified, mate. Wait, what the heck's going on? What's going on here? What's going on here? Wait, is there someone at my house? 1 second, dude. 1 sec. Yo! Oh, you couldn't even see it. You can't see it. Yo, dude! Oh, fuck. Make sure I removed it. Yo, I got the box, bro! I got the box! I got the box! I got the box! The box arrived! I got the box! Who got the box? I got the box. Who got the box? Me. I got the box. The box arrived. I mean, at least, yeah, it must be, right? No, that's it for sure. For sure, that's it. Oh my god, the box. That'll be tomorrow, boys. That'll be tomorrow for sure. That's a tomorrow angle. Oh, man. Oh, bro. Bro. FAQs. When do you think they're gonna ask that? I don't want to be a broken. I don't want to be a broken record though. You know, because I am a broken record. It's just such a huge deal to me. It's just such a huge deal. Do you remember about T17 maps? Do you remember T17 maps? How I said it's going to be such a big deal if they're static or not, and then they turned out not to be static, and I said they're going to be shit. I said they're going to be shit, and guess what? They came out and they were complete dog shit. They were awful, and it didn't feel compelling to me. It didn't feel interesting to me. There wasn't a set in stone goal. What I want is this, bro. This is what I need, bro. Okay, for my EP, right? So this is my EP, right? This is, I mean, that's the Star Wars, logo. This is my EP, right? And I want a measuring stick, right? I want a thing that says, okay, look, there's this threshold here, right? There's a threshold here. Okay, this is like Shaper or something, right? There's a threshold here. This is Uber Elder. There's a threshold here. You get what I'm saying, right? And you know, Oh, I got past that threshold on this character. That's badass. Oh, I got past this threshold on this character. That's badass. Oh, shit, man. I got past this threshold. Dude, this is the final threshold. Of course, you can go way beyond this threshold. There's, like, infinity, right? This is, like, you know, it's aspirational content beyond that. But, like, there's this hard thing. This is the final boss. Everyone's final boss is the same. And can you do it? Can you kill this, bro? Which, back in the day, was, it was Shaper, and then it was Uber Elder, right? It was Shaper and then Uber. And this is going to make or break the PoE in-game. Because the fact that they never confirmed they were static, it's freaking me the fuck out. Because guess what, bro? If they ain't static, then each boss has like a range, right? If you get like an easy roll one, it could be that, you know, it could be all the way down here, right? It could be all the way down here. If you get the hard roll one, it could be all the way up there. And it's just a big question mark. So when someone says they beat the game, well, what, did they beat the easy version of the game? Did they beat the hard version of the game? It felt easier to kill it on this character. Was that because my character was better? Or was it because my character was, did I get an easier roll map? I don't know. It's you'd think it's a small thing, but it's massive. It's not autism. It's one of these things where, chat, you think you don't care about static bosses, but you actually do care about static bosses. You think you do. You think you don't care about it. Okay, but then you complain about T17 maps, and you say, like, T17 map bosses are stupid, and you say T17 map bosses suck dick, and I hated them, and, like, just delete that shit from the game, because that's how it felt. I guarantee you, if those T17 maps, the boss room, had no mods, you would have liked that shit. Guarantee you. Guarantee you. Why do you think no one cares about Cortex? Why do you think nobody cares about Uber Cortex? Why is it, chat, that literally Uber Cortex is a fucking meme? Because of the mods. Because it's not static. There's not. Why is Uber Exarch so poggers and intense to watch? Because you fought Uber Exarch. You've got balled in that fucking ass, right? He's stuck a ball in your ass. He's murdered you, bro. He's fucking killed your ass, right? You know how hard he is. When you see your boy going into Uber Exarch on hardcore solo self-found, you know what he's about to fight. You know what he's about to fight. You don't know what he's going to fight when it's an Uber Cortex. You're like, well, I don't know. The boss has like fucking 5,000 different mods that can make it either completely trivial or insanely stupid, and it just one-shots your guy instantly, right? It's so important. It is, I would say it's integral. Okay? We're talking PoE 2 endgame is either going to suck dick, like suck dick. Okay, no, that's probably a little bit exaggeration. PoE 2 endgame is either going to be like kind of mid or super fucking cool. And that's going to come down to, are those endgame bosses static? And when I mean by static, I mean static at the hardest difficulty. I don't mind if it can go from difficulty 1 to difficulty 2 to difficulty 3. It can go to difficulty 15 for all I fucking care, bro. It can go to difficulty, as long as every single person's difficulty 15 version of the boss is the same. So then you know, oh, that's what a difficulty 15 version of the boss is. Oh, that's rippy. That's rippy. Put the knife down. Do I need to put the knife down? It's really sharp, by the way. It's like, this shit is so sharp, by the way. It's like Giga. It's Giga sharp. Oh, so I don't want to, I don't want to sound like a schizo mental person. But if they make that their in-game and T17 maps, bro, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going to be so sad. Otherwise, holy, bro. The amount of shit they announced today, kind of crazy, bro. Kind of crazy. Do I need to deep dive? I need to fucking deep dive, bro. Hard as fuck. We need to go big dick on the deep dive. I'm getting distracted, bro, because there's too much shit to talk about, bro. Okay, I got the knife out again. 1 sec. I'll look at the outside of the box, but how does this box open, bro? I fucking ripped all the outsides off because I don't want to dox myself. I'm raw dogging it, bro. I'm opening it like from the side, I think. Just cutting towards me with the super sharp knife. Okay, it's good. Oh shit, bro. Oh shit. Oh. That's a bit annoying. What's this? Okay. Oh, it smells. Ugh, it smells like a. It smells like a rat cage. I would describe it as. It's like a little bit of rat piss mixed with like. Not a good smell. Okay, I'm putting it in the bin. Putting it in the bin here. Oh. Oh. Oh, dude. Dude. I got the box. I got the box, bro. Which way do I need to go? Oh, baby. Yeah. We'll be opening that. We'll be opening this. Raw dog. Blind. By the way, blind. I've never seen anyone. I've not actually. The first time I saw the box was actually someone leaving me a clip, and I was like, "Is that the box?" And I closed the video. And then I just saw it in the Ziggy interview. So, but yeah, I don't know how to do it. I don't know what's about, but I'm gonna be opening that shit. Raw dog, blind, ethical tomorrow, live on stream. It's gonna be fucking crazy. Not pre-watch. Zach's not allowed to help. He's a maths professor, bro. He will literally know how to do it. Like, that's... Yeah. The fuck? I mean, I could just do it now, I guess. I could just do it now. No! Wait, I could do it now. Wait, I got so much shit to do, and I got so much shit to deep dive as well. Wait, I got pretty shocked there. I got pretty shocked. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the static. It's very important. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to close that shit down. Okay. Sanctum 2. Sanctum 2. Sanctum 2. What I've been asking for in Sanctum was replayability. It was way too big. It was way too much the same shit over and over and over again. We needed new bosses, new environments, new enemies to go through. I really hope there's going to be that. I hope there's going to be like 20 different bosses you can get that have different rewards, all sorts of shit, different ways of augmenting it that make it completely different. Okay? And then my other biggest thing about Sanctum, which we haven't seen, by the way, I need to deep dive that and pause on those boons, but we didn't see any Sanctum boons yet that were not just generic. I hope we get non-generic boons, and what I mean by that is I want boons that say, like, you get 25% cast speed. Lightning damage is a chance to proc a fucking thing that shoots out a chain lightning. Like, weird boons. Like, all cold damage freezes at 200% value. Shit like this. I'm talking about weird boons that could make or break a build. So you could, like, make a literal roguelike build inside of a Sanctum. Because right now it's like moon speed, 30% more damage. It's boring. The boons are boring. You can't make insane builds. I want there to be, like, specific custom boons that work with your character, you know, for the Sanctum 2. So I'm really hoping that's going to be the case as well. I mean, bro, holy. TTS. If you open the box, I will clean your bathroom, says Brother Zach. What the fuck is going on? Should I unpause CTS?
I play since Path of Exile since 2013. This is a fever dream. Login.
Oh shit! Instant event 22. Shit, bro. Wait, we still got drops enabled. I mean, we still got drops enabled. Maybe I could go for the box opening. Because it is part of Exile 2 box. It is a part of Exile 2 box.
It's time less than no ads.
I could technically start the box opening. I haven't eaten food, so I am good to go.
Login.
But wait, do I not want to do it one session though instead of doing a multi-session box? No. Let's do a little bit more of a deep dive. I feel like if anything, we just deep dive a bit.
Big rats.
If anything, we deep dive a little bit. Yeah.
Holy fuck, boys! I'm so hyped for PoE 2. The game looks.
Let's look at the PoE 2 stuff.
Holy shit! I think I'm booming.
Logan and boys, holy shit, Logan. Wait, what's this?
Recycled content is May. Rim D's.
Where's the opening cinematic? This is the opening cinematic, bro.
Fuck all weebs.
This is the opening cinematic.
Repeat, fuck all weebs.
In-game content reveal. Oh my god. In-game content reveal, bro.
New Mario and Luigi erotica coming soon.
How is he posting videos when he's live, bro? How is he making thumbnails and shit when he's live, bro?
For bad.
What the fuck? Who is this guy? This guy's crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. This guy don't messing around, bro. He's just that good.
Quin talking about game mechanics. Boba Quin talking about game mechanics. Boba 77777777777.
Okay, wait 1 sec. 1 sec, Jack. You pull attention. I'm just taking a piss, and then we're watching it. We're gonna do a little bit of a mini deep dive on the PoE2 stuff. Just a surface level deep dive. We didn't get to watch this.
How about doing it now instead of watching the tutorial for tomorrow?
Yeah, this is a tutorial for tomorrow, exactly.
If you open the box, I will clean your bathroom.
Yo, dude, let's go. Free bathroom clean, baby. I mean, wait, chat. Overall, Path of Exile 2 live stream. Everything considered. Are we talking W or L? W or L? Let's have a look here. PoE2 live stream. WL. Alright. Okay, we're seeing instant. Everyone is spamming W's, but then again, you literally can't type L in the chat because they all. Yeah, these guys are typing L's. Oh my god, bro. Look at that ratio, bro. Look at that ratio. Okay, boys. Oh my god, 93% W. Bro, fuck. Can we figure out who voted L and ban them, please? Can we figure out who voted L and ban them, please? Can we ban these fuckers? Take them out? Yeah, so chat. Yo, fun fact. This Path of Exile 2 trailer. This PoE2 trailer. This PoE2 trailer. At the ultra giga VIP fucking dinner. Like that you had to pay like $1,000 to get into, right, or something. It's like $1,000 to get into. You had to be like clouded out, rich, big dick streamer. Ultra VIP. At Jonathan's house. So you know the guy was sitting on the couch who said like a lot? It was his house. And C-Dubs was like, yo, dog, should we do it? Should we do it? Should we do it? And they're like, yeah. And anyway, what they did was they just put on the trailer. But it was not finished. It was not the full trailer. And it did not. There was like placeholder assets in it.
It is finally here.
There was a bunch of shit missing from it, but we got to see the trailer, and it was crazy, bro. Seeing this back then, crazy. It happened. It was real, but we couldn't tell anyone. And they said if you tell anyone, you're done. You can't tell anyone about it. Do you know how hard it was to not tell you guys that I knew about that? for the first like 2 weeks after I'd seen that trailer, I knew shit, bro. And I keep seeing some things that were related to it. I was like, bro, I knew who that guy is. I knew where that guy's from, bro. And the only person I only told one person, bro. I only told one person, bro. I only told one person. And it wasn't my wife, bro. It wasn't my wife. Instability. Yeah, I told Instability I won, dude. And then you left me, bro. Oh, man. What the fuck, bro? Oh.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help.
I get like...
Do not attack.
Actually, I will do one more without pausing. I'll do one more without pausing. I want to pause it so bad.
You hear the whispers. What do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then, Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
Fuck. Oh.
Sullen!
Oh, I'd say, bro. Oh, so much better. Look at it. There. Looks way better, bro. Oh my god. Why's the quality so much better now? Dude, Twitch is such a dog shit platform, man.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren?
Oh my god.
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
Whoa.
What the fuck?
What the fuck happened there, bro? I like how they say fuck, bro. I love how they say what the fuck, bro. Oh, this is an adult game, bro.
Blade up!
Come on!
This is an adult game, baby.
I'm ready! It's a man.
No, it's not.
So he's actually a good guy. He's actually a good guy. I mean, he's maybe murdering some people. He's friendly.
Run.
Well, he just doesn't care about human life. He just sees the bigger picture. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's trying to save the box.
Captain! Captain!
Dude,
Why are you here?
how does he get ganked like that?
What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
So he's using him as food, isn't he? It's like a seed.
What is it?
Did he need? I guess he just doesn't give a fuck, eh? Could he like sacrifice dogs?
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world.
Oh.
We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built.
Why did he hate this guy?
Find him!
Oh my god.
Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Is he from the Shaper realm, do you think? It's spread. Oh my god, it's just spreading, bro. Because, like, this is clearly... this is Elder. Like, this thing that's coming out. The path, like this... do you think it's Elder? Like, this thing inside this box. Exit. No, you don't think it is? I'm not saying he is the Elder. Like, I mean, like, whatever you want to call that. Like, tentacle. He's like a tentacle beast. Maybe something completely different. Freaking sick. It is fucking sick, boy. It is indeed, brother. It is indeed. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? I mean, that's a good trailer. That's a good trailer. I would not say... I mean, okay, let's do a comparison. Because I'm a comparison, Andy. You know I like to compare things. I would still rate the D4 intro cinematic slightly better than this. Slightly more epic. Yeah, it's just better. It's just, but this one's pretty fucking good. This one, I mean, I get chills twice in this one. When she's like, run! You know, they do the signal flare, and then they say, run. That's fucking badass. And then you hear the scream, and she's just fucking brutally murdered. That's sick. Because you're like, oh, this is some main character, right? Who's this? It must be a main character. Just not murdered. Instantly fucking killed. Fuck her, bro. Just fucking kill her. Kill her straight up. You think, oh, she's an experienced vet. Mage. Must be pretty important. Boom. Dead. Fucking dead, bro. Just kill her. I like that. I like that. When they, you know, they're willing to just kill motherfuckers off.
Sir.
You know? Titties equals one. Wait, what are you guys talking about, bro? You notice it's called the opening cinematic, hinting there's more. True, bro! Opening cinematic? I mean, there better be. That was in my list. Oh, I didn't even do my comparison to my list. I wanted cinematics. So for PoE2, I want cinematics. So I already knew, like, yo, there's an opening trailer cinematic. Bro, cinematics, right? There's got to be one for the Act 3, right? Surely. You know what I'm saying? Some good. It's really good. It's weird how much a good cinematic will help you with the vibe of the game. Because, you know, I may call me a boomer, but you watch a good, cool video about something, it just increases the vibe of that game. Bro, I like how they're doing a lot of blending of the ascendancies and the classes, and they're blending the story with game mechanics, which is fucking cool. Like even the guy who puts gems in his eyes. Like, what? That's fucking badass. The monks that are worshipping Chayula, like, that's fucking... I love that. Like, it's like a gameplay thing, and at the same time, it's a story thing, which is going to increase your level of immersion, bro. The Gemling Legionnaire. Yeah, I want to deep dive him tomorrow, because I'm not going to lie, chat. That Gemling Legionnaire, fuck using the mercenary with bows. Fuck using... Gemling Legionnaire melee, baby. Melee. On anything. I feel like that guy's just going to be broken across the board for any class. Just straight up damage beast. Insane unit. That one blood character as well with the fucking that one stat that said like crit damage per... oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait. We don't want to deep dive too hard, bro. We don't want to deep dive too hard. Let's just do an initial... I just want to do the initial... okay, so we're going to do one more initial rewatch of the gameplay trailer. Okay.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies.
I'm allowed to pause this, right? It's gameplay. I'm allowed to pause the game.
Bound to one another.
Bro, I'm allowed to pause this. I'm allowed to pause this. I don't give a fuck. Oh my god, bro. Okay.
Yet.
I love it, bro. Dude, I don't know. I used to have dreams like this when I was a kid of just lots of dead people and blood everywhere. So it's like, it's cool to see it in game, you know?
Bound to one another.
What the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is this? This is like some sort of human centipede pot thing. No, dude, real story. I was kind of bricked. Yeah, I said, yeah, weird. I just love the gore. Love gore. Don't know what to tell you. I love me some gore. It's not a kink. It's not sexual at all. It's like, just love. I love a game when it's gory, bro. You know what I'm saying? I used to think I was bricked, yeah, for sure. I thought I was some sort of psycho because I would have these weird fucking dreams of dead people. Lots of dead naked people. But, you know, hey, PoE really bring that those visions to life, which is, it's just cool. I like it. Just something about having dead naked people, just it's a good vibe in a game. You know what I'm saying? Whenever they had those dead naked people on D4, I was like, damn, dude, that aesthetic on point. It's brutal. There's something primal about it, you know what I'm saying? They're taking it one step further though with this human centipede shit. What's going on here? I don't know.
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
Oh, this is clearly Aztec, bro. And that human sacrifice at the top of a fucking temple here, bro. Straight for the heart. What is this about? Some motherfucker. Wait, motherfucker is straight up laser beaming cunts in half. They're just laser beaming cunts in half. It's an old school MRI, bro. Wait, I thought yeah. Oh, I was using split. Yeah, he's doing a recipe. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro.
I've said
holy
my
fuck.
methods are brutal.
Dude, the pit. The fucking pit, bro. I hope there's a boss, bro. They need to have a boss at the bottom of a pit that you cannot get away from. And it's some sort of, it just feeds on human flesh. Like, I hope that's who they're sacrificing themselves. There's some sort of giant abomination demon down there that eats all the human sacrifices, right? And he's in the bottom of the pit, and you got to go down there, and you got to fight him, and you can't kite him, bro. It's a straight up fucking face. It's like a face check, you know? Fresh meat. I mean, yeah, vibes, bro. Gotta go back. Oh, wait, gotta go back. Okay, so it's like they're just harvesting human corpses. So they do look a little bit too symmetrical, all right? My emotions are a little bit broken here. Pausing it here. A little bit too symmetrical here. Wait, this is the back. This is the front. Okay, I see. A little bit, yeah. Oh, maybe they are clones. Maybe that is what they're supposed to be.
To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Oh, it's so sick, bro. It's so sick. Bro, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? What the fuck? Dude, what? Dude, look at he's got individual bones in each finger as well. This is like the character model. This is like in-game graphics, bro. This is in-engine. In-engine. Oh my god. That's Doriani, you reckon? Oh my god.
Sacrifice.
So the thing gets bigger. Bro, wait, I had to get you the chain real quick, yeah. Dude, wait, she got a straight up titty out, bro, but it's covered by a little nip cover. She got like a little nip cover there. Interesting, interesting. That's a cool fucking mog, boy. That's a cool mog. Let me tell you, enhance. I'm enhancing. Turning into a demon, so that is a player character. Now it is confirmed. How do you pee? I knew it was going to be a player character. Ooh. The time freeze. I saw that in the trailer. I was like, what was that? Time freeze. Do you guys think that time freeze is going to be... I feel like there's going to be some abuse cases where it's really overpowered. But then I feel like... also, you know, why would you want to press a button that freezes things instead of just pressing a button that just one-shots people, right? Like, what's the point of freezing them whenever you could just one-shot someone? That's what I'm thinking. But that maybe that's PoE 1 brain. That could be PoE 1 brain popping through. Because I love the idea of a time mage. It was like in the Espla's Warcraft 3 custom game called Final Fantasy something. And you could be a chronomancer in Final Fantasy. And that was my favorite. It was a time mage. It was super broken, super OP, and super poggies. What the heck's going on here, girl? Wait, what do you mean you're going to rob me? She's taking my phone. Okay, girl. All right. Love you, girl. Love you. Okay. Yeah, I used to play Chronomancer in this Warcraft 3 custom game. Okay. Oh shit.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Whoa, this is crazy. This was crazy. When I seen this, I'm like, wait, what the fuck am I looking at, bro? I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, wait, that's a fucking Atlas? And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, this kind of looks like Delve. But then I'm thinking, wait, is it like Delve? And then now that we know, I would say this is Delve-esque, right? But it's not the bad part of Delve. It's the good part of Delve. It's Delve-esque. It's not Delve. Anyone thinks that because the thing I don't like about Delve is the shitty little tunnels you have to go down. We have to follow that stupid Azerite device, right? And on top of that, the fact that it has infinite scaling difficulty, where you get to these points where the mobs are just giga tanky and just one shot you, right? It's dumb. I don't like that. And guess what? Neither of those things exist in this map setup, right? So it's just like a more intuitive version of maps that I think is going to be way, way, way easier. It's, in terms of a new player friendly, so much easier to understand and to visualize and conceptualize. Like, so much easier, which is going to be amazing for new players, whilst also having an in-depth map system for gamers to play. Maybe people look at this and are confused by it, but I mean, I think once you understand the basics, you're going to pretty much lock it in. And also, what I think is really cool is the fact that this system here, it gives you a real nice sense of place, right? It's like, oh, I'm walking here, I'm going into these trees, and it's going to be like a map which has trees, right? Or I'm going over here, there's a fucking temple there, right? I'm going, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, Rod Ferguson. Feels like the genre of ARPG is starting to mean a whole lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike. I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula. I get what he's saying. I mean, you could say PoE is definitely D2-like. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, PoE is D2. Like, on roids. I get what he's saying, but, I mean, it is kind of like, the timing of this tweet is like a little bit, you know, and he's in the fact that he's like a product manager, and then it's like branding. He's like, it comes off a little bit salty. A little bit salty, I think. A little bit, yeah. Today's presentation of Father Exile shows how much inspiration Diablo has been. I know D4 is young, but the in-game show today, the complex tree choices culminate is truly difficult in-game content. What's ARPG all about? Oh, bro, I wanted to talk about it. You know how they were talking about skill design and that Ziggy D talk? And they were talking about how hard it was to build skills because of how many interactions they have and how they combine with each other and how many different support gems you can have. Bro, compare that to like, oh, you design like 6 skills for each class and every direct interaction that they have with each other with a few items that modify that. It's so, in terms of it's so much more simple and easy. Imagine how easy it'd be to make a D4 class and D4 skills compared to the fucking monumental task these motherfuckers have of trying to create hundreds of skills that all have synergies and, different ways of interacting, and then the function with all sorts of support gems that all interact with everyone. I mean, it's just like, it's like the difference between like this tiny little fucking, I don't know. This is like D4 and PoE. I'm talking magnitudes in terms of game design, but then in terms of fun and actually build creation inside the game, magnitude's more fun, right? Because it's just got that much more depth. But yeah, I did feel kind of sorry for him. Like, man, trying to make a game where that all is in there, yeah, that would be difficult and it would be hard. Because every time you add on a support gem, it could break another skill or it could make some other thing broken. I mean, it does seem like a balancing nightmare to the point where I'm sure that, do you know what? When PoE 2 goes into early access in 14 days from now or whatever, there's going to be some real broken shit. But in a good way. What is that thing, bro? Oh my god, look at this guy. Look at this. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? So we got a quad tower. We got a quad tower. I don't know how I feel about the sextant thing. So you can use one buff per tower, right? So you get overlapping towers and then you get like an overlapping, kind of like a Venn diagram thing going on. Where you can have like a giga overlap, where you have like one map that has like fucking 20 different things on it. Or can you just spam one buff into one tower? Can you just buff one tower? or is it 1 buff per tower? Kind of hate it. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I must admit, I'm on the fence with that. I have not decided whether or not I like that or dislike it. All I know is this end game is it's like all the good parts of Delve without having Delve, which is fucking awesome, and then providing those 4 penultimate bosses and then the final pinnacle boss are static. I'm happy as can be. That's like, bro, I'm sold. I'm sold on that end game. Sold. Now, if they say there's no static bosses and every single map boss has, like every single final boss has mods in it that you can modify with, I'm gonna be low key chat. I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm gonna be disappointed as fuck. I'm gonna be a bit of a sad boy. Is they playing PvE? Login? True. Bro, this gameplay is weird. So wait, how the fuck is... I want to deep dive this tomorrow, chat. I'm going to deep dive this tomorrow for sure. But, like, how the fuck does this work? Because this is a transformation skill. Is that just going to modify all your all abilities? Or is that just going to give you access to certain abilities that you wouldn't have access to? Like, how's that going to work? Like, is that just going to be like a buff you get? Like, what the fuck? Deep dive into puddle? I mean, no, there's no puddle, bro. There's no puddle. This is giga deep, bro. I mean, it does look cool, but at the same time, it's like kind of weird, right? Like, what the fuck? We've never seen a skill like this before. Like, seeing this it reminds me of something like World of Warcraft, right? Where you go metamorphosis mode and all your skills go metamorphosis. Auto attack changed? Yeah, wait, let's have a look here. I didn't know. She didn't do the change there. No, she doesn't do the change there. It's just a different class. She was always in the form. It's hard to say. Dude, that model sucks. He looks sick.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
See, like, that guy there, bro. Okay, this guy here. Imagine if this guy is a dude and it's like, bro, difficulty 4 Triula is this crazy boss. And it's like, bro, if you beat difficulty 4 Triula, yeah, oh my god, bro, what build did you up with, bro? That's crazy. Versus, okay, he's just Triula, and he could have like 300% AoE with 200% extra damage as lightning, with 20% penetration with lightning damage. That's not chill. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck his name is, bro. Whatever the fuck this guy's. Okay. It's way dog shit. If it's this guy with mods, it's way poggier, okay, if this guy has no mods. I'm just saying. Giga Pog versus Giga Dog. Okay, we get it. I'm a broken. I need to stop. I need to stop. I need to stop. I need to stop. I just don't know how much I can make this point clear. I care. I care. I care. It's me. That's who cares. I'm the guy who cares. It's me. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, I don't want to deep dive this. It's too much to deep dive this. What we're gonna do is tomorrow we're going raw dog on PoE 2 deep dive. We're gonna be looking at everything. Also, they're gonna be updating the FAQs, right? They're gonna be updating the FAQs. I wouldn't, dude. Let's just check the checkout. Still haven't updated the FAQs, so we're just gonna wait out on the FAQs. I mean, all will be clear tomorrow. Dude, overall, Giga fucking W, bro, to GGG. They had some technical difficulties. There's a couple question marks. Shut the fuck up, pussy. Couple question marks. But overall, massive W. Very excited. I think it's living up to expectations. Do you know what? I'll also throw in. Do you know what? I did think it was a little. I will say it was a little bit weird whenever they were announcing like the exact 1-to-1 leagues in PoE 2 as if they were new. But I get they were doing that for new players. But that was a little bit question mark. But no, overall, still massively Giga W. Don't care. Insane new characters. I mean, dude, when they went from like the PoE 2 gameplay, I started getting used to it, and I started looking at it and thinking, just being like, damn, that looks sick. Damn, that looks cool. And then They went to the PoE 1 and you realize, man, PoE 1 is an old dog shit ass game, bro. And even though it's currently my favorite game, my favorite game in the world, like, man, that looks dog shit and old. So that's like insane, you know? That's crazy. I think it's safe to get onto the hype train. I think it's safe to get onto the PoE 2 hype train. Straight up. I think you will, like, if you start getting hyped, don't do this thing, chat. Let yourself be vulnerable. I think start getting excited because it looks like it's going to be sick. I was never off it. You gotta understand, I've been burnt too many times now where I get pretty jaded, and I think every game's like it can be dog shit. And don't get me wrong, there's some things about PoE 2 that do scare me a little bit, but nah. From what I'm seeing, this game is like at least a minimum gonna be like a 7.5 out of 10, or maybe even 8 out of 10 minimum, just from everything I've seen. Minimum. Okay, now is it gonna be a 10 out of 10? That's the question. Maybe it will be a 10 out of 10. Maybe it will be a 10 out of 10. I need to get in there, bro. I have not played enough. I have not played enough. Okay? I need fucking 40 hours in that bitch. You know, I need minimum before I can even start really getting in there. You're biased, Kiwi? I'm not that biased. Really? You think I'm giga biased? I ain't biased. No, sir. I couldn't care less if GGG was in NZ or not. I mean, bro, they didn't even send me a box for the longest time, and I thought it's because they hated me, but actually, box tomorrow. Lock the fuck in, boys. Box tomorrow. I'm going to be doing this as well. So not only are we going to be doing a deep dive, we're also going to be doing deep boxing. Okay? I don't know what's in here. I've been keeping myself blind to the box, so it should be fun. Otherwise, boys, thank you very much for chilling out today, guys. Really do appreciate it. Until next time, peace the fuck out. Have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow, boys. G's. Zach streaming right now. If you want to go watch Zach, exclamation point Zach in chat. Click the link. You know what it is, boys. Turbo. Until next time. Have a good one. Get your puggies ready, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, boys. Here we go, default bad.